Before I get things started properly, I'm going to monitor things for a couple minutes and give things a chance to break or not, whether they're going to or not. Just still have a lot of testing left to do on certain things. So you're going to be looking at a still image for the moment while I monitor things to see if it starts doing the flashing again, since I have no other means of checking that. It's not looking like it's going to do anything so far, but I don't feel like trusting that just yet. I'm most likely going to just cut this off the start of things for the VOD, but just in case. I'm not seeing it do anything yet, so I'm going to hope that that's meaningful. It's not a guarantee that it's not going to do something, but it's what I got to work with. But considering I'm not seeing anything of an unusual nature, I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that that's accurate for the time being. I'm going to keep half an eye on that as we go forward anyway, just in case it actually starts doing the flashing again once we get in motion. Since I'm clicked into the window this whole time, it should be replicating the events leading up to that, but it's hard to guarantee with this kind of thing. So we're gonna just get going and see what happens. Now, along the way through this, we're gonna see a fair few unsettling things. So those with weak stomachs or those who do not wish to see some blood, gore, and disturbing images probably should not watch this. This is your only warning that you're gonna get. While I don't venture into horror much, this one's a bit unique. Something about the preview's not looking quite right. But we'll play it by ear. I do see that the chat is still broken. I'm not sure why that's broken considering I reinstated that overlay. But for the time being, I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just get this moving. Because otherwise, we're never going to get anything done.
Flesh, bone, bound together with the oddest magical incantation. This wretched book is where it all began so long ago. Before time, before humanity. I am Dr. Edward Roivas. I am a clinical psychologist. I am also dead. This is not my story, nor even the story of the Roivas family. It is the story of humanity. Like it or not, believe it or not, as you will. Your perceptions will not change reality, but simply color it. Humanity has been on the edge of extinction for 2 millennia, ignorant of so much and dependent on so few. The Guardians grow restless, their time once again near. Whether by fate or misfortune, my family has crossed their path, and they didn't take kindly to it. Their attention turns to my granddaughter, for she is the last of my line, and the last hope for humanity.
I'm gonna have to move pretty quick here, because they drop you rather abruptly into a situation. As you can see by the problems all around us. But you'll also notice quickly that we are prepared for this situation, within reason. Do also note the fact that the color here is not quite right. Do not adjust your sets. Do not believe that anything is wrong. Everything is currently fine. This is how this is supposed to look right now. We are out of rounds. That's fine, because this sequence just ends. Funny how she's banging on a door she barred from the inside, but you know, that's a whole other thing.
Remember me, Alex.
Take note of that clock, by the way. That's gonna come up again. Three.
Hello?
Miss Alexandra Roivas?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Inspector LeGrasse of the Rhode Island Police. I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's been an accident with your grandfather.
I'll be on the next flight out.
Remember the man who was describing himself as dead earlier. That would be the gentleman who has had an accident.
Ah, Miss Roivas. I'm pleased to meet you. I trust you had a pleasant trip?
Yes, I suppose so, considering.
Yes, my condolences. This is most unpleasant. It's a shame we couldn't meet under brighter circumstances.
Yes, it is. Can we get this over with, please?
Of course. This way. But I must warn you, it's not a pleasant sight. I'm afraid there's not much to see.
Yeah, they made a bit of a mess.
Miss Roivas, is that your grandfather, Edward?
Yes, it's him. He's wearing our family ring.
Once this conversation's
I
over,
don't
I'm gonna make a couple
understand.
points.
Why are you showing me this? Can't you check dental records or something? What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It's my job, lady. You're the only living relative, and no, we can't check dental records. There's no head. None of this makes sense. There's no sign of intrusion, and there was certainly a lot of force used here. I have never seen anything like this in my 20 years on the force. We have no evidence except for the body, and what's left doesn't say much. Ugh, we don't have a single clue.
Well, you better find out who did this. I'm not leaving Rhode Island until you do. There must be some clue in this old mansion revealing what happened. I want answers.
So do I. I wish I had some.
So, the whole thing with... How to put this? One, that detective was already giving everybody a bad taste, I'm sure, given the fact that he was trying to hit on the granddaughter of the victim. And the middle of a homicide investigation really shouldn't be a place you're trying to pick up chicks. That's a bit bad form. Just the problem there. Two, if it's a well-known family ring, why did they need her help to begin with? Now, I know that it's usually protocol to contact the next of kin in a death, so that much makes sense. But they probably didn't need to bring her all the way out here for this. That's already a bit odd. And everything, of course, that they pointed out about this whole situation being weird to begin with is going to come to light as we go, most likely. And the fact that they termed it an accident on the phone is interesting. Because that would be one hell of an accident to take off your own head, make the head disappear, and destroy your own body in such a fashion. That'd be a hell of a trick. Especially with no heavy machinery or anything else that could have caused such an accident anywhere near the body. Interesting. Shocked at her father's mysterious death and frustrated at the incompetence of the local police. That's pretty fair, yeah. Alex vows to uncover the truth. She decides to search the mansion, the place where Edward conducted his research. If there was a tie to his past, and possibly a tie to his murderer, it would be here. And it's fair for her to assume that he was murdered, given the splatter. A beautiful carriage clock. The hands appear to be stuck, yet the clock continues to tick, with the time permanently set to 3:33. That number again. There's a key in the back of the clock, presumably for winding it. Did we look at it? Alex picks up the desk clock, pulls the key from it. However, there is something odd about the key. It isn't for winding it at all. It looks like a dresser key. Ba-da-da-da. That's all we can do with that. Now, while I have listed this as blind, I do know a few things. Is I went through a chunk of the game in my testing to make sure it was going to run properly. Okay. That runs you through all your menu options and such. None of that particularly important. I'm going to go ahead and save now, just to ensure that we don't have any surprises. And if there are any surprises, we don't have to sit through all of that again. Because to the best of my knowledge, that is all unskippable. Now, we have a handful of controls, and I may as well explain them to you while we're... It's gonna be one of those days where I can't get anything done without interruptions, I swear. Constant interruptions like that being why we are so late starting, or at least it's one of the many things leading to that. Because I did extensive testing on this to make sure it was going to work properly. I then had to fight with my alerts to get them working again, and add piles of interruptions on top of that, and you'll notice why we end up the way we are. Also, hello. I did save. Okay, good. So, controls. Pause menu, of course, brings up all of your menus here. Left trigger lets you run or not run as you so choose. Right trigger lets you fight, though you can just hit A to attack in general. Yeah, no, I noticed that when we booted up. I still don't know what's wrong with that. I did not change anything in the way that that works, so that should not be broken. But the fact that it's at least not flashing green and that alerts are working, good enough. All things considered for now. Need be, I can do an alternative chat overlay at some point and stop trying to use Stream Elements chat overlay since it has broken before too, so not the most shocking thing. But yeah, A button attacks, trigger does things. That would make sense considering it's in the same genre and came not too long afterwards. Or at least not long after the GameCube remake, I believe. Significantly better controls, though, gotta tell you. No tank controls here. Which is a beautiful thing. I'm skipping a lot of stuff I could be looking at, because I know a lot of it's useless. Piano's useless at the moment. This is going to be important later, though. So just take a look at this and realize that there's an order to these things. But the purple is in the middle by itself. The illustration features a collection of strange line designs relating to each other in a cyclical manner. There appears to be some significance to it, but it isn't particularly evident. Not yet, anyway. That'll be important later. Portraits of the ancestral Rivas line in the foyer or walls. Their faces reveal a dark, brooding edge. There's something about each one of them that gives the viewer an unsettling feeling. Now, you may have noticed in our inventory that we had a second floor key. There's a second floor door. Logic denotes, try second floor key on second floor door. There's gonna be a problem with that. The key comes apart in the lock. The key to the second floor is broken. Perhaps there's a way of repairing it. So yeah, we're not going in that second floor door right now. The reasoning behind that is up in the air a bit. Also, you'll notice that this painting repeated. Which I found mildly interesting. Angry old man. Notice the constant theme of there being creeping shadows and weird tendrils behind each of these people. Just keep that in mind too. There's a lot to just kind of tuck in the back of your brain in the early parts here. How much of this is relevant? I don't know. But it never hurts to tuck all that information away for the future. Now, back in the room where the body was discovered, we will find that there's no body anymore. And they did a very damn good job of cleaning up the floor. Considering the amount of blood and everything, the fact that it's completely pristine in here is a bit strange. You'll notice there's nothing we can do here. It lets us look at it, but it does absolutely nothing. Now, I pointed out clocks twice to you all for a very specific reason. This looming grandfather clock seems to stand ominously in the corner, gazing on this empty room with an almost patriarchal air. Use the control stick to adjust the clock hands. Should Alex adjust the clock hands? I mean, we got nothing else to do, we may as well fiddle with this. And the only time we've seen was 333. Of course, there is significance to 333, but it's a little up in the air what the actual significance of that was. I've seen mentions of it relating to a guardian angel. It's apparently something in Islam as well, and then there was yet another thing that I forget relating to 333s. Pay no mind to the glowing book, I'm sure everything's fine. We'll get to that in a minute. I don't know about anybody else, but in a strange situation, my first response would be to go to something like this glowing blade on the wall and take it with me. Alex has acquired the Gladius. Wise man once said, go not into strange situations without a blade handy. This looks like some kind of mask. The face is serene in composure, with a faint hint of a smile tugging at the corners of the mouth, and the eyes closed in deep meditation. I disagree with that description, but sure. So, first and foremost, the elephant in the room of the giant, glowing, creepy book. That looked an awful lot like the book from the intro. It's because it's the same book. Large leather-bound antique book rests upon the cluttered desk. Should Alex read the book? Considering its magical in nature and terrible? No! Are we going to do it anyway? Yes!
I had no knowledge of what was to come, nor did I care. How the knowledge changed me, it will also change you. As you read this, you will come to learn fear as I have. You too will come to understand, or you will perish. To think that once I could not see beyond the veil of our reality, to see those who dwell behind. My life now has purpose, for I have learned the frailty of flesh and bone. I was once a fool.
Keep in mind the voice that said that.
Where is Quies Candamest? Where is Conservandi? Facusatis aquae sumant, et animus eorum confirma. Pugna huis, dia sit modo prima multarum, si inceptum conficiamus.
Quam primum, Centurio Augustus. I would like to compliment you once more on your battle tactics. Our enemies did not have a chance. Do you believe that it really exists, Centurion?
I do not doubt our Emperor's beliefs, or his orders. But if we are to retrieve the artifact, then we must be strong and patient.
Now bear in mind, you'll notice that they started in their original language and then translated to English partially. That's because our perspective was shifting into his head, more or less, as we were going. And he, of course, understands that language. For the time being, we are now Pius Augustus. And funny that we pick up a Gladius off the wall, just in time to end up a Roman centurion holding a very similar blade. Funny how that all works. Well, nowhere to go but down the hole. The ladder leads into the dank heart of the labyrinth. Danger lurks beneath, yet Pius's courageous resolve does not buckle. Should Pius climb down the ladder? No, but he's gonna do it anyway. Because I told him to. Dead guy. fancy glowing cube. Also, these faces are a thing. In the cutscenes, they look alright, and in gameplay, they look real derp. Like how his eyes were definitely way higher than they should have been, in terms of where they were looking. Now, for our actual taste of combat, you'll notice I can highlight different parts of an enemy. I mean, would you? I wouldn't want to be here either. Just like I wouldn't want to be this jerky man over here who doesn't have any limbs left. You want to finish enemies off when you do this, because they will regenerate. And there's another benefit to finishing enemies off that we will get into later. You generally want to go for the head first. The head will not kill them, but it will render them unable to tell where you are and what they're doing. Then you go for the arms, and then that'll make them collapse. You could probably just go for the torso as well, but I found in my testing that doing it that way was the key to not taking damage. Strange granite block lies on the floor. He has somehow picked up the block that is bigger than his head with, you know, minimal effort, and just stuffed it somewhere. Didn't head off the big guy. Now, it is important that you face your target, because when you do the lock-on, it will not turn you to face your opponent. It will lock you in the direction you're facing. Now, you'll notice this bigger guy's taking a lot more doing to get rid of. But as soon as they're on the floor, they're all the same. And we got another granite block. Da-da-da-da. Now, these are going to be important. And you might not assume to take them when you first come in here. I did, but that's because I'll just take anything I see. And you can absolutely fight without using the lock-on. But it is nowhere near as effective. The quick swipe at the head renders these guys pretty much useless. The fun thing is you can take their heads off and then have them take each other out. Now you'll notice that the lock-on is relative to its limb, not its direction relative to you. I have to point to the right to get at its right arm, whether I'm on its front or back. Now, mind you, this lock-on mechanic is not the interesting thing that drew me to show off this game. There's a lot more going on here that we'll be getting into as we go. It's going to take us a bit to get to the really interesting parts, though. For a while, it's going to seem just like your standard not quite Resident Evil. Which it is competent enough at being that, anyway. Also, it is important to keep your spacing, because you can hit walls. Your weapons do actually have collision, just in general. So, you know, fight relatively intelligently, or you will perish. And that's not a you might perish. Things hit really hard in this game. You will perish. Against these things, as long as you're quick, you aren't under much threat at all. Well, as long as you don't let them box you in, or, you know, you stand there and let them hit you, you should be fine. Because they will, unsurprisingly, react really strongly to you taking their limbs off. So you can generally keep them under control, as long as you time your attacks well. Now you'll notice that one fell without its other arm being taken off. That's because it was hit already. They seem to take a certain amount of damage before they fall, regardless of what the condition their limbs are in. Now the reason why I was scooping up those blocks is you'll notice very handy block-shaped indentations in these walls. This wall is prominently decorated with a strange line symbol carved into the granite. Cut into the wall is a square hole lined with scratches as though something has been removed from it. I wonder what would happen if we put back the thing that was removed. Magic power. Now, you'd probably miss at least one of those blocks on your way in, depending on what order you walked into the rooms in, because I fucked it up when I was doing my testing. I just did it cleanly now, so we aren't in the early parts where there's not much going on for too long. For the first couple chapters, I'm gonna know what's what, for the most part, because I did them. But these intro chapters are also meant to be your tutorial for the most part, so me knowing the tutorial area, not really that big a deal. Just means we're actually gonna get to interesting content faster. But I did have to stop myself continuing. Pius, you must prove your worth by destroying this statue. Pressing R will enable Pius to select which target to attack. Releasing R slightly and then pressing it again will cycle between multiple targets. Pius can attack specific body parts. Basically, this is explaining the lock-on system I was telling you all about before. The more limbs you take off the statue, the more the door will open, and once you've finished destroying the statue, the door will be completely opened. Now, there is a mechanic that will come up later that will make direct conflict not necessarily the most beneficial choice. It's just not currently a problem. And some angles of why will be made sense of soon. But really, I think in the end it's just tutorial that this isn't happening for. So you can get to grips with each part of this game before it really starts throwing everything at you, which I appreciate. They easily could have just dumped the whole bucket that is this game's concepts on your head in one go and expected you to survive. But really, as is typical of a survival horror game, this is just a long string of really bad decisions leading to whatever happens to us. Pushing random buttons, slamming in random blocks into holes, following creepy voices that you hear in your head. Now we have a choice of 3 artifacts, and I'm pretty sure this actually matters. A strange sculpture resembling a red-clawed worm mysteriously floats above the pedestal. Should Pius claim this artifact? No. Shaped like a delicate dome, a pale blue statuette floats gracefully above the pedestal. Should Pius claim this artifact? No. An effigy resembling a warped angel shaped from dark green emerald hovers effortlessly above the pedestal. Should he claim this one? No. So, due to foreknowledge of the game, I understand what these 3 colors mean, or at least what they probably mean for us. You can already probably make a guess what the red one relates to, but for fun, I'm going to let you guys vote on a poll and decide which one Pius touches. go blue. The poll has started, and you can see it there. Now, the important thing to note, as far as I can tell, this will have significant ramifications through the game. Even I don't know what the ramifications all are to this. Okay, that's a vote for green. That's 2 votes for green. Okay, interesting. Interesting. For clarity, in my testing, I chose red. And it was not a bad result for me. But that is where I learned to suspect that they have long-running consequences. I'll give that a little bit in case anybody else pops up to vote. Oh, you would be correct about that if it works the way I think it does. You will be very correct about that if it works the way I think it does. Exactly, yes. That's what I gathered from my testing. And if it affects it the way entirely I expect, it's going to make my life interesting, which is exactly what I'm hoping for. We'll go ahead and end that poll there. And get rid of it. So we will be taking the Green Angel. And come what may from that. So, since you clearly know a fair bit about this game, do be careful about the no spoiler tag down there at the bottom. I am going to be taking that very seriously. Since that was useful and relevant to the vote, I'm not going to call you out for that one, but just bear that in mind.
Eons have passed since then, and I have learned much. I was once as naive as a child, but now my mind is sharp. With the power of Xel'lotath, I can now read the thoughts of others and make them raving mad with a mere suggestion. Face me, and you shall surely perish.
So I can already tell you that it changed the name mentioned in that dialogue and the effects. So it already gives away the fact that it has some long reach. Alex has found a chapter page entitled The Binding of the Corpse God. Now the concept of a corpse god is already a bit of a weird one. That implies either the god is dead, or it is a god of corpses, which is a bit of a weird thing to have it be the god of. Now, what we do at this point is we just read this page.
I cannot say what
this is
was the
big
true
brain
beginning,
time.
nor am I sure of its end. So perhaps here is the best place to start. I am reminded of ideas I first encountered in Sir James George Frazer's book, The Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. We are overwhelmed by a very human need to weave a web of meaning where there may be none. Since time immemorial, ancient peoples have dressed up their lack of knowledge as gods and demons. I have discovered that sometimes the fates of gods and mortals intertwine, and legends are born.
Note that we are now in Cambodia. Very long ago.
Thy time is done, great ancient. Forever in shadow will you be master of chaos, and to fade to nothing in obscurity will be thy fate. My master has planned many millennia for this day. It is the true chaos of all things that you now must be entombed amongst the beings of flesh and bone.
You have a great monument here, Mantarok. It is a pity that no one will ever recognize it as yours. May the darkness claim thee, crawling chaos and damned beast. No longer will thy reign be kept over the ancients you have kept imprisoned. Thou hast seen the last of this world.
Just notice how much of that room this thing seems to cover. And just consider how painful having large pillars like that embedded into it must be.
Not even these mythical fables can keep me amused. There has to be something to do around here. I only wish something that fantastic and of higher purpose could happen to me.
Be careful what you wish for. Also, hey, Eigen. And yeah, that there's gonna be some big brain required here and there. And unfortunately, not much of it's gonna be had by any of these people. A triangular design is carved into the floor. The etched grooves are filled with colored sand. These symbols appear to be related to each other, with one having precedence over another. Note, again, that same symbol we saw in the... I think it was a kitchen. Ah, okay. Yeah, just keep in mind that these three colors relate to each other, and will continue to relate to each other, with the purple in the middle. Anyone with a little bit of thinking will probably figure out what all of that means. It's pretty much immediately. This necklace can be used to heal Elia. Make sure that Elia does not move when the spell is being cast. Do take note of the fact that a door shut when we picked that up. That's gonna be important later. That's something I forgot, which made this section a huge pain in my ass. Well, don't these dead guys look familiar? I wonder what's gonna happen here. Engraved on the floor is a striking design featuring the sun sinking below the edge of the world. The design on the wall appears to depict the time of day. Perhaps the candles do too. You'll note, of course, that the third candle's the only one lit in line with where the sun is setting. Keep that in mind. And she will automatically step on this very obvious pressure plate, setting off some traps. As long as you're quick, they're not too much of a threat. But you'll notice that they stick out very obviously on the floor, so just don't step on them, and you're basically fine. Once we get out of these first couple chapters, I'm going to be going back to having absolutely no idea what I'm doing. So expect everything to fall off a cliff after, I think it was like chapter 3, I stopped after. When located by creatures, a sanity loss occurs, causing a decrease in the level of the sanity meter and the character to pulse green. Beware, sanity loss affects perception and eventually health. Notice we now have a green meter, the sanity meter. So yeah. Remember, green is what you all picked. And green is the color of the sanity meter. Just bear that in mind. Bear that in mind for what you've done to me. And what it most likely will mean. Performing a finishing move on a creature recovers sanity. Yeah, that's basically what I'm implying, yes. You've done a good thing here today, quote unquote. Take random bronze necklace, because shiny things. And now, we have the ability to actually interact with this set of candles. And as long as you match it to the sun, the puzzle solves itself. But that didn't open the door. You'll also notice that we've only seen sunset in midday. So where is sunrise? The answer involves getting back across these traps. Yeah, my supposition is, since I chose red and was encountering significant amounts of red enemies in certain parts leading up to where I stopped, that most likely your color choice will provide you your primary antagonist among the three ancients who were mentioned when the corpse god Mantorok was being bound, when by Pius Augustus. And of course, logic denotes the connection Pius Augustus has with his deity of choice is the artifact we made him pick up. Considering that's what turned him into that weird skeleton man that he is now. And you will have also probably noticed anyway, that the book that she was holding was the Tome of Eternal Darkness. That book's gonna show up a lot. It's gonna be a problem. Oh yeah. And it's usually a book of flesh and bone and all kinds of other nasty things like that. Every book wants to be the Necronomicon when it grows up. And now, total darkness opens the door. More importantly, it opens the other door. Thanks to camera angles, it's very easy to get your directions crossed as to what way to leave rooms like that, because they flip the damn camera on you. Oh look, a blowpipe. What could possibly go wrong if I take this off this suspicious-looking pedestal? It's a trap. Which really shouldn't have surprised anybody. She should be so thankful she didn't get impaled on her own blade as she fell down that hole, having lost her grip on it. But now her sword's broke, which is a problem. So now all we've got is this blowpipe. Hey, leave him alone. Get off me. Now, you can go for the idea of poisoning them, or you can come over here now that I've upset them. They should shamble their way on over here. And I can just let them come into the trap, and let the trap dispose of them for me. Thankfully, she can still finish enemies off with the blowgun. I suspect that the other one lost interest in me and is assaulting the guard some more. Or did it die? It must have died. Remains of our sword. The guard is grateful for Elia having saved his life. In return, he offers to repair Elia's broken weapon as a gesture of thanks. You want to repair Elia's short sword? Yes. Now, the attentive among you might have taken note of the runes that appeared at his feet when that spell was done. Bear that in mind for the future. And you'll also notice runes relating to the healing necklace we found. The clever among you might realize that there might be something we can do with that idea later. And while I say no spoilers, I'm not counting that as spoiling, because really, if you think about it for a few minutes, I'm pretty sure most people would figure that one out just fine. Considering I figured it out as I was going, without having actually encountered any mechanics to that effect. And realistically, it's useless information to us anyway, for a good long while. Meaning most of you, myself potentially included, will forget that information by the time it's relevant. I'm pretty sure I can look at this. It's not letting me. There we go. This mural depicts a skeletal demon befriending the ancient Khmer people by denouncing one of their fertility gods. It being that. Which, you know, that's a hell of a thing. Having your fertility god be a giant mass of tentacles and nasty things. Really begs to question the taste of those people, but let's not get into that too far, shall we? Ah, okay, I see where that pressure plate I hit was. Well, they denounced it, so it's not actually gonna get to go anywhere. I got the idea. I knew what you were saying. Yeah, it's another late night for you, huh? Use the necklace once just to get back on track. Now notice the fact that the red and the green enemies are fighting amongst themselves. We'll just go ahead and capitalize on that as much as we can. We can take from that the fact that the ancients aren't exactly on the same side. You'll note that guy's head came back. That is demonstrating the fact that they can regenerate as long as you don't kill them too quickly. Once again, this mural depicts one of the ancient Khmer deities being tortured and killed by a skeletal demon. Now, you'll note a similarity between the thing we saw get impaled with all those pillars and this Khmer deity that was tortured and killed. Not to mention a familiarity between the skeletal demon and Pius Augustus. At least in his most recent form. So that's making me lean corpse god meaning the god is dead. Well, dead-ish. Oh hey, there he is now. Proving that he's not exactly dead. He's still moving. Also proving wanting something interesting to happen not always being a good idea.
Don't go near it.
So actually, looking around...
So, you are reduced to feeding on flesh and bone, Mantarok. How the mighty have fallen. You will surely fester for millennia to come. A slow and torturous fate for thee. You had best leave, young fool, or you will find yourself as food for the dead god.
Too late.
You are one of the chosen many. Flesh and blood. It is now your destiny to fight the eternal darkness. I give you a gift in return for an obligation.
I don't think that's really a gift.
Is your life, sweet dancer. The obligation is this. You hold one of Mantarok's hearts. The essence of a corpse god. To some it is a source of great power. From those people, you must defend it, lest they use it to destroy what little brightness your world has left in it. Guard it well.
You'll also note that all of the effects involved in that were purple. Now remember, in that triangle, purple was always in the middle, not actually connected to the triangle. At least not directly. But what I was about to say that I noticed when we arrived here is those pillars Pius Augustus pierced Mantarok with are not here. I'm not sure if this means that this happened before that, or if this temple was built around all of that. Considering Mantarok's not in great shape, I would assume that the pillars have already been used on him. There's no point in dealing with these. Lowers my sanity to be near them, but we don't need to restore my sanity that badly right now. Damn it. And of course, some of these traps are just kind of gonna happen to me. Because some of them are wide enough to cover the whole room, so you don't really have a choice but to trigger them. Importantly, we just want to get over to here. Use this metal staff as a lever in this switch. Which for some reason opens the door back on the other side of Mantarok. Meaning we have to go back through all of that crap again. My sanity's also now gone. You'll notice this room looks a little odd now. Things don't look quite right. This is one of the more minor effects that low sanity can bring to you. I'm purposely letting my sanity stay low in this section to show off some of the effects while we're reasonably safe. I might end up paying for my sins as far as that goes. Oh, it gets real wild. When I was younger, we purposely let our sanity go down to find out some of the effects. So I know some of what we're getting into with that. Because I did have this growing up. I did not play it that much back in those days. Oh yeah, and your character will also freak out the whole time. Room's still real tilted. Things really are a little off. The chanting also wasn't happening nearly as much, I seem to recall, when I did this without my sanity being in the toilet. Now, I also seem to recall that I can purposely trigger effects by doing room transitions repeatedly. So if I really wanted to, I could probably make something happen. Let's actually go back and forth a couple times and see if something happens. Though they may not actually do some of the more serious effects at this stage of the game. I don't know how much they do with that. It's not looking like it's going to do a whole hell of a lot right now.
Fool! You should have run. Instead, you will die. Where is the essence of Mantarok? Where is it? I will not ask again, child. Very well, then. You will succumb to the horrors of oblivion.
That's where her story ends for now. I don't know whether it picks up again. It might not. For now, it's back to Alex. Back to quote-unquote present day. Armed with our new knowledge of puzzles, we're allowed to interact with this now. We want to put out that one and not that one, the other one. I'm gonna keep getting X and Y crossed, so don't be surprised if I put out the wrong candles with puzzles like that. And now we have a message tube. Should we open it? Yes. And now we found our next chapter page. This being one of the changed cutscenes.
Your presence is welcome, Majesty. As always, I am honored.
Our dealings are a pleasure to us both, then. He lies. As do we all. What is this flaw you wish to discuss with us?
My concern is with the other ancients. Ulyaoth, Shaturga. Should they unite with Mantarok, they would doubtlessly possess enough power to vanquish even thee.
As darkness abhors light, and light abhors dark, the others will not, cannot join forces. Mantarok will be bound, and the others will sink into insanity when I return. As has been foretold.
I was unaware.
There is much you do not know. And much you never will. Be certain to retrieve Mantarok's essence. It is necessary to cement our place in your world.
Then what of Charlemagne the Frank? What do you intend for him?
The Frank is an instrument of light. He seeks to unite Europe under his banner.
With this in place, my guardians will be hard-pressed to perform the functions you require. For your own
schemes, Pius. Think of your future.
Then Charlemagne will be removed from the picture.
Make sure he is dead. Or insane. Or perhaps one, then the other. Just make sure he is removed from power.
Of course. He is as good as dead.
Now that interaction most assuredly played out differently when I chose the red artifact in testing. So it might actually be that you may need to play this game 3 times to get all of the picture of what is possible, at the very least. Now, I don't think there's anything else we can do right now. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to just read that next page. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we do just read that page, because I walked around in testing and didn't find anything, so I'm not going to waste our time. We're just going to go ahead and read this next page. And go see what happens to Charlemagne.
From my research, it is apparent that the endeavors of mankind are mere puppetry at the hands of the ancients. Whenever a king vows reform, the ancients move quickly to stifle it. Under the auspices of Emperor Charlemagne the Frank, the new Holy Roman Empire was at the height of its power.
France, 814 AD.
Hanc mit ad dominum et imperatorum nostrum, Carolum magnum Francum.
Deliver this to our Lord and Emperor Charlemagne the Frank. No one but him must see it. They are words for his eyes only. At once.
This remains a cautionary tale in curiosity.
Spell? I am bewitched. If this was meant for Charlemagne, then what will become of him? I have to warn him of this treachery.
After Anthony briefly describes his mission, the monk informs him that Charlemagne was last seen in an audience with the bishop in the visiting chamber. Anthony's presence is questioned by the monks, feeling that he's trespassed upon sacred ground. The monk seems rather subdued, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps out of fear. Now, this is the meeting chamber over here, I'm pretty sure. Muffled voices emanate from inside the bishop's visiting chamber. However, the door is locked and Anthony will need the bishop's key to enter and gain an audience with Charlemagne. Now, you might wonder, how do we get the bishop's key if the bishop is in there with Charlemagne? And that would be a very good question. All will make sense as we go. The monk cordially greets Anthony, however he brings grave news of the loss of one of his order, who fell from the tower to his death. His tone is guarded, however, leaving Anthony wondering if indeed this is the truth. Well, there's only one way to find out. Should he open the casket? Yeah, kick the fucker open, why not? Huh.
Oh my God, what is it?
That really doesn't look like he fell out of a tower at all.
We should get out of here.
You have proven what we have feared the most. This poor man has been the victim of great evil. Look how his body has been defiled. As if something has burst out from inside him. Here, take this for your protection. And find the bishop. He must be informed of this horrible discovery.
Isn't he just in that room over there? There's a lot wrong with the logic that just occurred here. One, who put the monk in the box? And why did nobody know that the monk's body was definitely not in the shape expected of somebody who fell from a tower? 3, why are monks carrying a blade around to begin with, considering monks are not typically supposed to have that kind of thing, which is why they were such easy targets throughout history for anyone who did not care about the whole sacred ground thing. Cough, cough. Things like the Vikings and all that who came and had a great time. So there's a lot that doesn't add up around here. Also, haha, I am the bishop now. Now you might think, oh, the bishop's probably still in here. And they're still talking, still won't pay any attention to the door. So that's a problem. Guess we'll go the only other way available. Play it at the ready because weird shit's happening. Speaking of weird shit. We weren't here a minute ago. This is weird. Also, the constant screaming, also really weird. The floor full of faces, a little bit weird too. I appreciate your offer of a book, Mr. Hand, but I don't want it. I don't want it at all. I'm going to leave. Goodbye. We can't leave. Oh. Pius Augustus again, with a broken statue. Elia, with a not-so-broken statue. And 4 more pedestals without names. And yeah, no, it's a really welcoming sound, isn't it? Just so nice. Cradled in what appears to be a leathery hand lies a mysterious book. It is bound in human skin and intricately decorated with shrunken bones. It beckons and yearns to be possessed. Should Anthony claim the Tome of Eternal Darkness? Since we're not going to be able to leave otherwise, sure, why not? And we are briefly treated with the entire history of the Tome of Eternal Darkness. And that spell on the scroll is now starting to take root in Anthony's body, making him look not so great. This is shiny. I guess we'll take this. This is also shiny. I'll take this too. Take everything shiny. That's how it always works. Circle of power. Ba-da-da-da. Circles of power describe the amount of power that a spell will have. The more points within that circle, the stronger the spell will be. Spells are magical incantations that enhance a character's natural abilities. Spell list is an inventory of all the spells you have. You can make your own spells as long as you have runes. That's where your runes go, and that's where you quick slot a spell. We can't do a damn thing with this information right now, because we've only got the first piece of the puzzle. Amongst the tomes and manuscripts, a book brings attention to itself. Oddly pristine on the dusty shelf, it doesn't quite belong. The fact that it's pristine implies to you that the book either has not been there for long, or has been frequently moved. So, you move the book, and the door opens. Now you'll start to see enemies with runes within them. Now, it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what this whole thing is going to lead to. You also notice that this is an enemy that is not any of the colors of any of the Ancients or of Mantarok. This one's just kind of a bland old gray. And now that he's been defeated, we find a magic rune. Runes are a key element in creating spells. By collecting and combining runes in different ways, different spells can be created. We have no idea what this rune means, though. We have zero clue what the fuck we just picked up. Aside from, it's a magic letter. It's about all we got on that one. I do find it interesting that he just throws the blade into their back. He's not even stabbing it. He just kind of, drops it on them and it fucking works for some reason. It's a hell of a thing for a finishing animation. But looking a little worse for wear at this point. He succeeded, but at what cost? The tapestry burns, as does his opponent, and he was shocked by the results of his actions. So we'll just be taking that. And we will save your life, friend. Since apparently we understand combat a lot better than you do. Even though we're just a random pleb. Who's kind of turning zombie-ish. You'll also note that there's a rather significant difference in our health meters and such compared to Elia. Grateful for his life, the monk tells Anthony what happened. He was carrying a sacred urn from the baptismal font when he was confronted by the bishop, who was brandishing a large blade and whose eyes burned with an evil fire. Frightened, the monk dropped the urn out of shock and ran. Returning to retrieve the urn, he only found the sword the bishop had left behind. With thanks, he gives the bishop's sword to Anthony. Anthony has acquired a two-edged sword. We're gonna want to make use of that. But first and foremost, you might have noticed something glowing on the ground over by where the fighting was happening. We're gonna want the torch in order to be able to pick it up. Anthony has acquired a piece of broken green urn. The aforementioned green urn that the monk dropped. And you'll notice it's in pieces, but we can fix that with the mix command that the game just explained to us. The more important thing is once we've fixed it up a bit, you'll notice we still didn't fix it. But it really does look remarkably like the blue urn, doesn't it? Funny how that works. And we got a big old two-handed sword. We're definitely gonna need. Magomar. Item. A carved stone tablet lies on the stone floor. Anthony has acquired a magical codex. This will tell you what a rune means. Runes cannot be understood without a codex. Without a codex, runes in your possession will remain a mystery. Those who are paying attention will realize that the rune inside the enemy down here is the rune on that codex. Also of note is your weapon choice matters. Different weapons do have different effects, as you'd expect. And different finishing animations and the whole 9 yards of that. So now, we have the Rune of Magomar, which is item. And we're still getting steadily more magic. More zombie. You'll note that that looks a bit like one of the men we were speaking to as well. Yeah, this much stronger sword can just lop these little guys in half in one go. Saves a lot of time. Got another magical codex in here, and another urn. Note again the theme of it's a blue, a red, and a green object. This one's full. Now, wouldn't it just make sense to fill the urns we've got? Oops. While fumbling around, the urn slips from Anthony's stiff fingers, dashing itself into fragments as it hits the floor. Anthony has found a magical rune. A blue one. Now, you might be thinking that was a bit of a leap of logic to do that. But there's three things you need to consider that explains to you exactly why I did that. And this is exactly how I did it when I was testing, so I'm not even using foreknowledge to explain this one. We encountered a filled up urn, which tells you that it may be a good idea to fill your other urns. Now, the possibility that he might break it comes from the fact that he's steadily been zombifying this whole time. You can tell by the pallor to his skin and the fact that he starts moving differently. And the fact that we have a other broken urn implies that even if you do break it, you probably can fix it. So there's not really a reason to fear breaking it by accident. Now, Uliath, Question Mark, and Magomar will make a spell. Now, you don't have to know what a spell does to make a spell and use a spell. If you just kind of cast it, it'll prompt you with what it'll do to a degree. Like, for example, this one expects us to enchant an item. It repairs broken items. And now it tells us about the magic meter. Whenever you're moving around, your magic restores. Stand still, no more magic. Now we're just gonna cast that again to repair the other urn. Now all of the urns are intact, so we can fill them. Dunking the urn into the foul-smelling fountain, it becomes filled to the brim with rank fluid. It is a lot heavier now, and rife with fetor. And bear in mind, this is the baptismal fount that was mentioned, so the fact that it's nasty and filled with disgusting stuff might tell you that something's not quite right around here even more. A disturbing rendition of a monstrous devil. It is contorted in what appears to be a fountain. What sickly liquid is this draining into the pool, trickling with a scum-encrusted spout? Now, mind you, we're not injured, but you'll notice that Anthony's not moving so great. His situation's just steadily getting worse. An aged tapestry hangs on the wall. It is soiled from the dank atmosphere of the room and the corruption about it. You'll notice the sword, for some reason, doesn't do jack against the tapestry, even though you'd expect to be able to just cut it down. You have to burn it. Now, an important thing to note, this is the last chapter I did. So everything after this chapter is going to resume being blind, and things are going to get a lot more complicated. So expect that to be the point where everything starts to go wrong. Note the skin on his hand. Note the fact that it's the same color ours is turning into. That should be a cue that something is not right with him. Enterok. Project. Now, it's either project or protect. I can't guarantee which one that actually said. Until we go look in here. Uliath. Enterbach. Project. Yep. Okay. So we have Uliath project item. So I guess we're projecting the essence of Uliath into whatever we want to improve. Now, another thing we can do with this, since it says enchant, you might come to the conclusion that you can enchant a weapon with it. Notice it's now glowing with blue essence. This is not the same color that it was glowing with when I was playing before. And I think that's because it's based on what you're supposed to be opposing. And you could come over here and put all the urns down without having filled them, and then you'll realize it didn't work. But thankfully, I knew ahead of time, so we don't waste our time with that. Religious texts of an unspeakable nature written in languages utterable only by monsters or corrupt humans. Now, the actual explanation for why I did what I did is right here. Anthony has acquired the Enchant Item spell scroll. Casting allows you to do stuff, assigning, etc. This tells you what the spell does. A torn scroll, illustrated with a geometric symbol, is accompanied with a small note. The note reads, "That which is broken shall be fixed. That which is dull will be sharp. Thus is the nature of the Enchant Item magic. This spell requires both Entorbok and Magomor runes." And we could assign it to a button with a specific power, and it's gonna make me do it now. But I'm probably not really gonna use Enchant Item so much that I need it to be assigned to a quick button. There are probably going to be spells that are going to be a higher priority than that. And there is our target.
So, you have come to return my book. Very well then. For your efforts, I promise a quick and merciful death.
The bishop, I presume. Definitely zombified. Possessed of some really nasty magic at this point. Thankfully, you have some protection when you're in an animation, so if need be, just start flailing wildly and sometimes you'll dig yourself out of a bad situation. You'll notice the typical maneuver for dealing with a human target of chop the head off isn't working on this gentleman. That's because he is definitely not human anymore. We got the bishop's key when I was trying to murder everything. And now the bishop is dead. Well, he might have been dead before, but he's very dead now. A shrine to a god that bespeaks of an ancient evil that graced the earth before mankind walked its valleys. You'll notice that pedestal is just about the right size to have been containing the Tome of Eternal Darkness prior to our acquisition of it. I can only assume intervention by other forces moved the tome into our possession, and then we ended up here with it. But now we have the bishop's key. Now we can go back and open the meeting room. You'll note we are looking very similar to our dead opponent now. Our sanity up now, because there's going to be a couple other problems coming up that I need to be in good shape for. Because coming up here at the end of this section is the closest I came to dying in this game. In the entire testing I did. Now, armed with foreknowledge, I might be able to deal with the coming problem better, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure we had no choice but to get transported here. Trapper dimension sprawls in every direction. Whilst in this place, magic cannot be cast, and humans are subjected to odd phenomena. The portals cycle from color to color as time progresses, and only the quick will escape. Now, technically you'd want to take the purple portal immediately, because that will get you out of here. But I'm actually going to wait a little bit and let the red one cycle around for a very specific reason. But for all that they say you have to be quick, these certainly linger on their colors for quite a while. actually waits for you to move. Actually. And of course now it's not going to cycle to red just to piss me off. I mean, green wouldn't be bad either, but I want it to cycle to red. Come on. Cycle to red. Fuck's sake! It is not. There we go. I was gonna say, it's not gonna cycle to red just because I want it to. Now, over here, there is a red pedestal. That will restore my health. We didn't lose a lot of health, but health's gonna be the big problem we're gonna have coming up here, so I wanted to make sure I had full health. You'll also note over there on the blue path that there's an enemy. It's the only enemy in here. And the last time, he was on the red path when I was in here, so that's interesting. But this is our exit from the Trapper Dimension. This time, at the very least. Those things are going to show up now. Trappers have no eyes, but can sense sound very well. If Anthony can sneak past them, they won't be trouble. If you move nice and slow, they don't know you're here. Except that's not really true. Because you'll notice we were moving nice and slow, and that one still detected us pretty easily. I think the common logic of just get the fuck out of the room as fast as possible is probably going to be more the way to go with those things. Since our sanity's kind of in the shitter, I'm going to actually clean these guys out. Because they don't restore a ton, but they give back, I think, more than they took away. Now we just need to backtrack. As we get more and more zombie. On the bright side, we can safely say that Charlemagne won't turn into a zombie. And now is the problem. This big bastard. Now, I think I've got a better idea how to fight this thing this time. Ignoring the fact that the way I'm going to fight it is actually kind of stupid. But it works. It's what's commonly referred to as just hit the fucking thing as much as you can in the face. Because I went for the strategy of go for the arms first when I fought that thing the first time. That did not work. As it turns out, if you hit the 3 heads it has, it will die immediately. So, go for the eyes. But you'll notice that thing tanked our sanity. And I assume its effect was all the greater on our sanity because it was a green one. Because it tore my health apart when I did that under the circumstances of it being red. Now we use the key, open the door, and we're too late. Charlemagne is already dead.
You are a fool for trying to save him, Anthony. His
Well,
fate
you're
was
sounding
decided
wise.
many centuries ago, as is the fate of this world. Despite your faith, there is little to save you from the power of Xel'Naga.
So yeah, remember that monk that had a big old chunk missing out of him? Just one of those came out of him. Yeah. Yeah. Not great. And from this moment forward, I have no idea what I'm doing. So be prepared for a lot of walking around and staring at things. diabolic drawing of a stack of human bodies, each one cemented into place. What twisted psyche could have executed this drawing? Though disturbing, it is meticulously rendered down to the subtlest detail. The precise anatomy of fractured bones and the convolutions of spines and ribs intertwined into a mesmerizing sight. Spooky. This bizarre drawing of a cyclopean city, its immense architecture bathed in an unnatural fog. The detail is incredible. As Alex studies it, she can almost imagine the city's inhabitants. Painting of a jungle-shrouded building. Seems to be a temple in Asia, perhaps from Thailand or Cambodia. And hint, Cambodia. This Gothic cathedral is silhouetted against a stark light. The image is vicious and devoid of subtlety. Every brushstroke echoes the spikes of the architecture, imbuing a violent feeling, as though the building itself was a harsh imposition on reality. A grim picture indeed. That might actually be the castle we were just in. Because I think each of these pictures may relate to somewhere we end up. Considering, well, then again, this had the chapter page in it, so maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree with that thought. Well, let's head out of the room now there's nothing left in it. Let's see. Oh, that's not good. We have guests. It's either the officer or a problem. Yeah, I'm coming. Going the wrong way. Getting lost in my house. Hang on. What do you want? Call of the mansion beckons to Alex, drawing her back to uncover the family secrets it hides. I thought... Was that banging not the front door? Or are we going loony? We're not really going loony. We shouldn't be hallucinating yet. So what is that banging? Second floor. I say as I go the wrong goddamn way. No. Oh, wait! Now, you might think, oh, we don't have the means to do anything about that. Since we carry the Tome of Eternal Darkness, all spells in it will carry over. So now we can fix the second floor key. And now we can figure out what all that racket is about, I guess. Wait. Okay. I couldn't tell whether that was holes in the carpeting or footprints. The sound is getting quieter. Chapter page has been hastily stashed behind the frame of this painting. Sure, we'll take that. The Gift of Forever. Okay, we'll get into that in a minute. I'm more interested in figuring out what that banging's all about. A musty aroma hangs in the air, and a layer of fine dust on all surfaces of the room. It's almost as if no one's been in here for a long time. It's almost like a museum. I see a lot of stuff in there. I want all that. Give me all that stuff. Alex has found some 38 revolver ammunition. Interested? Very much interested. I was trying to pick up the phone, but revolver ammunition's good. I'll take that. Got a lot of other paintings that are not particularly visible. Now, the banging got quieter when we went that... Hi. What are you looking at? We got a bust over here with nothing better to do than stare at me. What's your deal, buddy? Huh? What's your story? Not gonna talk, huh? Okay. I see a noose, a pitchfork, some very upset peasants. This is a dresser. I wonder if this dresser key goes to it. Apparently not. That is the wrong dresser. Alex questions the presence of a lush landscape amidst these other morbid pieces. Could it be a single ray of hope encircled by the encroaching darkness? I think you're reading too much into it there. Oh, that doesn't look great. We're just not gonna think about that one too much. One of the drawers in the dresser curiously has no keyhole. In its place is a small triangular design flanked by a magic symbol. That is the symbol for something I don't think we know yet. No. I know that, but we're not supposed to know that right now. Also, yeah, this game has some jump scares, by the way. Alex has found a page from the journal of Maximilian Roivas. And for those wondering, yes, that was our character. Dead in a bath full of blood. So yeah, that's a thing. Also, that's probably not great. The blood coming down the door there, that's probably not okay. That's probably a problem. We might be starting to go a little loony. There's the banging again. Because somebody's really rude somewhere. Starting to think that that banging might actually be one of the sanity effects, considering we're also seeing the bleeding walls. I wonder if this is what the key is for. Nope. Okay. What's this say? Everything that brightened my life now engulfed me in darkness. I fed on the light of truth, yet starved on the shadows of lies. I have learned through my lifetime, but no less than a newborn baby. Thank you for an entire page of contradictions? Question mark? Ghost. Hi. Hey. That's rude, you know. There's not a door there anymore. Well, clearly you can tell that there probably still is a door there, considering somebody hastily papered over it. And it's got a very obvious indentation of a door there. The wallpaper in this section of the hallway is oddly marred, as though the wall it sits on is not even with the rest of the room. Huh. That doesn't seem good. The stained glass depicts a glowing medieval maiden, luminous even with the faint light of the setting sun. The maiden clasps a piece of parchment in her hands. The window gives Alex a strange feeling, almost as though it were magical, and not really there. A glowing field of energy projects the window. Okay, touching it is bad. Touching it hurts. Touching it is pain. We learned a thing today. Green fields hurt. I'm not gonna lie, I expected it to hurt me, but I also expected it to do sanity damage, not health damage. Okay, dark as shit in there, can't do anything. Huh. It's funny, I just so happen to turn around right in front of the rooms I can't do anything with. I can honestly say I didn't do that on purpose. Well, we have a new chapter page, so presumably we're meant to do something with that. And just for completeness' sake, just to complete the circle, more or less. I'm gonna go back to the room we were doing all of the other chapter pages in. As soon as I remember which door that was again. I am on the wrong side of the house. Also, you'll notice that there was a green symbol on that door with the sword on it. Conveniently matching the symbol we saw in that barrier. Which that too was a different color when I had a different artifact chosen, by the by, so another thing to keep in mind. I'll just go ahead and hole up in here and read this next chapter page.
Dreams. Modern psychology offers only unproven theories. Some see them as the meaningless tossing and turning of a brain settling into a restful sleep. Others see them as laden with symbols of our unconscious desires. To still others, dreams represent the upwelling of the archetypes, normally hidden deep within the recesses of the human collective unconscious. Of one thing I am certain. After a brush with the ancients, our dreams metamorphosize into nightmares.
Persia 565. You'll note that we are steadily heading in a direction time-wise.
I have implored you for years, yet you ignore all my advances. You dominate my dreams, and I can think of nothing else. I fear I desire you many 100 times more than you love me.
My life has become a waking dream, Karim. For weeks, I have dreamed of an ancient treasure so precious that it changes all life around it. It must be mine, Karim. If you truly desire me, as you say, then you will find this for me. Bring this treasure to me, and I will be yours. Both of our dreams will come true.
I need nothing more than you. You have enthralled me to the point where I can think of nothing else. Promise, if I leave, you will not forget about me.
You need not worry. I desire nothing more than the treasure that you seek. Leave now, Karim, and I shall await you.
And this man has sucker written across his forehead. Also, a familiar set of standing stones. Well, another day, another poor sucker sent into whatever horrible place this is. Oh, hey, you're not a zombie. You kinda are. A man's corpse lies fallen. Wounds cover the exposed flesh of his body where his armor has failed. He's not got armor that really fits here entirely. You'll notice we're in the familiar room again. Now there's a new statue. The statue of Anthony. This room's gonna keep filling up with poor suckers who touch this book, I suspect. Once again, flashing the history of the tome in his eyes. And now, the dead rise. Stick and move. Watch as I ignore my own advice regarding how to kill enemies efficiently and just start flailing away at my opponents. Why can't I take this axe with me? Just in case this scimitar breaks, that wouldn't be a bad thing to have. Of course I'm not going to be allowed to take that. An ancient talisman that has been in Kareem's family for many generations. It is said to bestow long life on those who have kept it. This item can be used to restore health. You'll notice it has the same 2 runes on it that the necklace did, too. Funny how that works. We've got some chakrams and a tulwar. And we, of course, still have the enchant item spell. Now we need to actually climb down the hole. I do remember some bits and pieces of this part from watching this played all that time ago. It's not to say I know much about this part, but I do have a few images in my head from that time. A statuette vaguely resembling a man stands atop a low pedestal. Sure, let's just pick up this whole fucking statue that's like almost the size of me. Why not? Just put that in your pocket. Need be, just stuff it under your turban, it'll be fine. You've got a rune, good sir. I would like that. Gimme. 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 Kareem has found a magical rune that looks like a horse. What does this do? We have no idea, of course, what this does, because we haven't seen a magical codex involving it. For shits and giggles, though, we can try it. New spell, power level. We only have Olioth. Reject, question mark. What does this do? Nothing. It did a lot of fucking nothing. Okay. How about question mark item? Nope. Those combinations do nothing. Got it. That looks an awful lot like the rune we just got. And it is shattered before us, I guess because we have that rune. Let's check back down the rest of that tunnel, though, because this feels like progress. Now, I guess there's nothing else down here aside from a dead guy who's going to, for some reason, stay dead, which is surprising. An arcane shrine dominates the room, braziers surrounding its edge, while a larger one tops its summit. No doubt each one would be filled with incense to facilitate prayer to insidious deities. I mean, I don't know why it has to be insidious deities. Something's whispering our name, and that's never a good sign. Taking this. This is the same rune we saw. And I don't know if any of you caught that with how long I had it on screen, but I'm pretty sure that said Xel'lotath, the same ancient that Pius Augustus is currently working for. Which most likely means if we find the rune for that, that provides us a different alignment for our spells. Because my current best guess is that the alignment on each of these circles of power is pertaining to whichever ancient the spell is being cast from the power of, essentially. Now, I wonder. Presumably since we picked up two statues in very similar circumstances. No? Okay. I thought they were going to be used on reverse pedestals. Apparently that is not true. Something up here they're used for? There are some unlit flames. But no, situations like the whole bathtub thing and such were why I gave a warning as this stream started that there will be disturbing imagery and all kinds of nasty things. So I'm going to mention it again, that if you are of a weak stomach, easily concerned, or have any kind of concerns relating to various triggering images involving self-harm or otherwise, I would recommend you turn this off before this goes any further. Because I would not be surprised if we see a lot worse than that. I'm going to assume we just put the light statue here, no? I was assuming, and considering the pedestal was a certain color. Hey, Xeno. Guess that's not the answer either. What the hell am I doing? How are you doing today, Xeno? Oh! Duh. Incense burner? Torch. Do I like the incense burners? No? Kareem, could you at least, you know, attempt to hit the incense burner instead of just whacking it against the... No? Okay. Yeah, I saw the Discord status. I'm assuming things have not been going the best. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I must confess to being mildly perplexed at this point. I probably just missed something obvious, but I'm not sure what. Do I set the corpse on fire? Or is there just something dark over here that I needed to see? Nope. This whole corner over here seems to continue to be a red herring. The fact that I can pick up the torch means it must be good for something. Oh, maybe I just light these other things here. Or, you know... he's just gonna smack it against objects again, in spite of my insistence that he use it correctly. Okay, guess that's not gonna work either. I'm not sure what the hell to do. This guy's still dead. Good to know that he is still just as dead as he was before when I checked earlier. There's gotta be something I'm not doing. Oh! Aha! These panels are the key. Ah. Yeah, Windows Update almost got me when I was setting everything up today. I just told it to piss off until a couple days from now. Oh great, some trappers got spawned by that. That's not what I wanted at all. I'm also not sure what that's supposed to do for me. Let's just kind of creep our way out of here, shall we? Preferably without getting caught by the trappers. Ah, that's unfortunate. Now, either that affected something back in the initial room, which it didn't. It must be that it affected something down at the other room, then. Which means we're gonna have to cross that room full of trappers in order to get where we're going. That's if we don't have to do something in the middle itself. Oh, the trappers were still upset from when we traipsed through there before. Nope, time for a mild inconvenience. It's got colors of all the alignments. The unfortunate thing is, they're all going off, so they may just... Okay, good. I was worried I was going to get hit by all of them as I tried to cross the room, since they were all going crazy. And going over here did nothing. Well, great. Great, I'm so happy. I'm so pleased. I guess I need to go stand in where that statue raised up, then. Please be an elevator that takes me away from this horrible place. Yes, please take me away from this horrible place. Okay, no more trappers. Good news for everyone. Another dead guy in armor. Huh. Somebody must have sent an expedition into here to do something. There's an awful lot of dead soldiers. Lying in a pool of cold blood is a dead soldier. He is the victim of an unseen battle. Perhaps this man died from the claws of the monsters of this place? It's difficult to tell. Whatever it was, ravaged him real good. The man lies dead, anointed in blood from the ravages of a Tolwar sword. The wounds, deep and numerous, seep fresh blood, precise yet powerful. The result of a man's actions, not a monster. Sure, Karim can now wield 2 Tolwar simultaneously. Okay, the acquisition of a second blade has allowed him the power to dual wield, sure. Oh, well that's less than ideal. I guess you're upset that I took that, huh? Well, you're going to die to one of these again. I hope you're prepared for that. Well, that's good to know that those are now going to be a problem. Want this. Another dead man. Who were these men in whose corpses litter the dungeon? Unwary soldiers who stumbled inside, or grave robbers looking to plunder it? A crumpled scroll lies under the dead man's curled fingers. Karim has acquired the Recover spell scroll. And it looks like all corpses are going to be full of fucking gribbly nasty things now. And our sanity has hit the bottom. Hooray. Let go of me, you. Get up so I can finish the job. Okay. So that's gonna be a problem. Tattered scroll from an ancient text. It reads, "This spell enables the transfer of magical power from the environment to the self. Restoration of the body, spirit, and mind is this spell's purpose. This spell requires the Narrowkath and Santak runes. We don't have either of those, so that's great. Well, we might have one of them. We don't know what this rune means still. But most likely we need to align the Recover spell with the right color anyway. So unless we have the Zelatath rune, since that's green, we won't be able to align it to fix our sanity anyway. But considering we've got a door around here that requires most likely a blade enchanted with Zelatath, we probably are going to find the rune in here. But the fact that our sanity is at the floor is a problem. Thankfully, these guys are conveniently going to give me more sanity than they could have possibly taken since we were already out of sanity. Okay. Things have gotten a little better. Things are going to be a bit tilted for a while still, though. Oh, Blue Guardian. I I have no sanity. You cannot possibly stop me. I'm already crazy. That went better than expected. And he's given us an H. Which is presumably the H we need for the door we just passed. There we go, get the sanity he took back. And now... Ah, the horse means Santac, which is self. Okay, very good. There's a chance that the other rune is Narket. Oh, well, fuck me. Well, back to Colorful Land. Note the fact that there is now a lot of really nasty enemies in here that are killing my frame rate, apparently. Now, I would very dearly like to go in the direction he's sitting, since that would restore our sanity. Unfortunately, I don't really want to deal with him, but I think we're gonna have to. So... Oh! Get telefragged, punk. I didn't realize teleporting onto him was just going to kill him. That works. I'll take that. We now have full sanity again. Everything is fine. But yeah, it is a safe assumption that as we go along, these trapper dimensions are going to steadily get worse and worse for monsters. So, that's going to be a problem. So we're going to have to start actually playing better as far as dealing with the trappers go. But, for now, we're fine. And there are benefits to ending up in there, as you saw from the fact that I restored all my sanity in there.
My dear Alex.
Hi, creepy ghost man.
I will always be at your side. There are times when insanity takes hold, and nothing seems right. During those times, I will help you. Fear not, for I will keep the darkness away.
This isn't really happening.
You're just now catching on to that, Kareem, that this isn't happening? Okay. The fact that he's reacting like that implies that he saw that too. Okay, turns out that rune is not what we're looking for. Oh no, it is. I just can't read that script apparently very well. So now we know recover. The problem is... we only have Ulyaoth. Ulyaoth being aligned with magic. So all we can do is recover magic using magic, which, you know, that doesn't seem very efficient. That really just seems like it's not going to get anything done. Oh hey, doesn't this room look familiar? It's almost like we did this way back at the beginning of the game. And now there's a fancy sword sticking out of this rock. A large Ram Dao broadsword, where it protrudes from a solid pedestal made of stone, awaiting its next owner. Should Kareem try to pull the sword from the stone? Sure! Get big fucking sword! Oh no, it was a trap. Weapon than I expected it to be. These guys are also getting up fast. Either way, problem disposed of. Until more just show up, I guess. There we go. I figured out where I was going wrong. I was trying to move at the same time as targeting, so I kept targeting too high and ending up doing the spin move that wasn't working worth shit. Whereas if I just swing for the body, I can cut him in half. There we go, problem solved. Now, how the hell do we get out of here? Oh, I guess we have to just keep fighting till I run out of things to fight, huh? Okay. Well, good for me that I'm good at fighting, I guess. I'm going to assume there's going to be, yeah, at least one more wave. Ah, you got the rune I want. I'll be taking that. Now, if my logic is correct, it usually is, because these aren't that complicated. Having the Rune of Xel'lotath should allow us to restore our own sanity. Which we are going to desperately need after fighting this shit, apparently. Yep, he's gonna burst in another nasty gribbly thing, which I'm gonna promptly chop in half before it finishes animating. Because to hell with that creepy thing. Okay. Now, if I'm understanding this correctly... Cast, power level, alignment... Yep, it is very gradually fixing our sanity. Excellent. I said cast recover. We are going to keep getting interrupted. Okay, it at least took that one. There we go. So now, as long as we have magic, we have no sanity worries anymore. Of course, we gotta, you know, stand still long enough for that spell to cast, which is not great. So more than likely, there's gonna be plenty of instances where that's gonna become a problem. But I know of at least one thing we can do now that we have that rune. Rune of Xel'lotath. Doesn't this door just look like the sword we're holding? And it just conveniently has a color green. This item is now enchanted, with killing my frame rate. Of course, everything after the point I played up to is what starts killing the frame rate. Of course it is. Okay, good. We get to keep the blade, too. That's good to know. Seems like it's made the blade stronger when I turned it green, too, so that's good. Though these guys look like they were blue, so maybe it's... Maybe there's a strength and weakness situation with that. Where, like, blue guys will be weak to green, and etc. We need to get to Turga so we can actually heal ourselves properly. Judging from the runes that were spoken to cast the heal full health spell. Oh, fuck me. I'm faster. No, I need the thing that's in the middle there. That's not great. It's okay. I'm not real. They don't know I'm here. Ignore the wall bleeding next to me. Everything is fine. Everything is absolutely fine. taking this. A ruby effigy stands upon the pedestal centered in the room. Oink. Now we sneak away with it, as if nothing bad happened. Ignoring the fact that this glowing green sword makes me very easy to see. You know, at this point, a very important question occurs to me. She told us to go get her a fancy treasure from a place, but no words were spoken as to what that treasure was or where it was. I can only assume Karim knows where the hell he's going, and what the hell she wants. But I sure don't know what either of those questions get answered by. Of course, the more important question is, what the hell do I use this ruby effigy for? Okay, put it in here, perhaps? Oh, not here. Okay. I mean, I can try something stupid. That's gonna involve getting rid of the trappers first, probably. Wait. How did I even get to that room with all the trappers in it? Hindsight being 20/20, I'm now slightly confused. Oh wait, no, I know how I got there. It was through the Ramdao door. Maybe I just missed something over in this area. So it's not looking like it. Oh wait, yeah, climb over the rope. Yes. That's what we need to do. Oh boy, here we go again, huh? Okay. Hey. No, only needed to take 2 heads off for that one to fall. And that's the end of him. A big weapon makes short work of a big enemy. Blasphemous sculpture made from human skin and bone. A trestle of bones is cradled within this shrine, like a nightmarish bookstand, beckoning to be used. With Tome of Eternal Darkness and things happen? Hey, I got rid of the book. It won't let me move without picking up the book. Well, I was gonna leave it there. I didn't want it anymore. Chopping so much lumber, just hacking these boys in half. It's interesting that all of these undead are being summoned in the color of Mantarok, which shouldn't be against us here. Oh, but they are definitely servants of different forces because the green guys are eating them. It definitely got my hopes up thinking I could get rid of the stupid cursed book, yeah. But then again, if I got rid of the cursed book, I wouldn't have spells anymore, so maybe that's not the best choice anyway. just don't mind me as I slowly tilt the screen back to normal angles again. There's a part of me that's kind of disappointed we haven't seen any of the more extreme effects yet. Because there's some real goofy shit that can happen. So at the rate I'm going, we might see it. I might also die. Let go of me, you. Which, speaking of... That is also true. Considering people wishing for foolish things is what got us in this mess in the first place. Oh boy. We got our big boy. Let go of me. I need to bait him in enough that I can actually attack him. Ideally, this guy needs to fucking pass on. There we go. Finish him. Now, well, there went what's left of my sanity. This Ramdao is really useful. Funny how that works, isn't it? Just gonna take a moment to put myself back together in case there's more to this. Not gonna let me cast it again until that's done. That should do. I did all that fighting and I ended up getting turned around because of all that, I guess. So, we're back in the pedestal room, and you'll notice only the blue one is here. So I guess we're taking it. The pale blue dome is now ours.
Kareem, we will be together forever.
Chandra? What happened to you?
Things change, my dear Kareem. But even though my body is ravaged, I await you.
Who did this to you?
You were gone so long. I gave myself to a nobleman with a jealous mistress. She had me dragged from my bed, and in cruel revenge, flensed with knives. As the last blades were drawn across my body, and my blood cooled upon the floor, she cursed that I would only be with another in death.
So much for thinking only of me. I should never have left.
I have seen my folly, and have already paid dearly. I see so much more now. In death, I know the true value of the artifact which I asked you to find. And it is not for us to possess. If we are to be together again, you must make a sacrifice. Only when that is complete will we be together.
Sacrifice? Why should I do anything for you?
Why is this thing you said so far?
You lied to me. Betrayed me. And you really don't look so good anymore.
You must forget the past. Despite who you are now, you will also become something more, just as I have. But the sacrifice must be made. We must remain here and guard the artifact. Dark things will come to claim it, and you must be strong to keep it from them. Without your sacrifice, the world will fall into eternal darkness.
The things I do for love.
So he's getting possessed or something of that line. So that's not great news for him. Okay, so now we're back in here again. But now we have the benefit of all of these runes that we found. Yeah, this game is going to be full of very disturbing things happening. That's why I've twice given warnings that if people are easily disturbed, they may want to look away a lot. This is probably easily the darkest game I've ever played. Odds are that phone call's not real. I'm gonna err on the side of I can probably break that barrier by enchanting my sword. Oh yeah, no, this is 100% intended to be a horror game. Okay, looks like that does not get rid of that window. Okay. Gotta come back to that idea later. Well, I know somewhere else to use my now glowing green sword. Nope, fuck you, phone, you're a lie. Not exactly, no. Kinda just got my arm zapped, which really did not work out. Da-da-da-da. There's also one other place we know to use that. It's a rat. Among the pantry contents is a spice jar, or with a scrap of paper hidden inside. Okay. And the rest of that is useless. Sure, open the jar. Chapter page, lurking horror. Okay. To be fair, what choice was I gonna have on that one? I either go in or don't.
My liege, the future is yours. The light in the age of darkness has been extinguished. The pillar of flesh has been constructed. The master of chaos, the keeper of the ancients, is long dead. The planets will be in alignment soon. All is prepared for your arrival. I will begin the final incantation that will bring you into our world within days. The next millennium will truly usher in a new age. Your guardians, now prepare the gate!
Walls are bleeding again, that's not great. Voices in my head. You know what? Fine, I'll answer the phone.
Remember me, Alex. This can't be happening!
Well, that wasn't great. Not sure what that voice was supposed to be. Sanity's not that bad off, though, so I don't know why it's doing so many weird things. There was also a dresser drawer with the Xelatoth symbol on it. It was over here. I'm not sure what to do with that, though. We have the rune. We know what it means. But I guess we're still missing information for dealing with that. Let's not have the bathtub moment again, shall we? We don't need to repeat that experience. Guess I may as well just read this next chapter page. I don't really see much else going on around here right now. Since my theory of how to open this didn't work out. And we don't have a torch still or anything. So we don't have any means of generating light. That said, there's a bunch of stuff around we didn't really look that much at. As I go to the wrong damn room. And I continue to keep going to wrong rooms. It's on this side, not the other side that I wanted to go. Maybe we can do something with some of this crap now. Nope, still don't have something to fit in these slots. A brass-framed mirror is set into the wall. The mirror's direction can be adjusted by means of 2 crankshafts set below it. A curious device. Is it related to the telescope in some way? Sure. Except we can't actually properly adjust this because we've only got the 1 crank. Globe cradled in a wooden frame, its glossy surface is painted in the likeness of an ancient map. The lens is situated in the northern hemisphere, above a label that reads, "There be dragons here." Well, that's a weird noise. Probably don't want to be near that anymore. Yeah, it's looking like we can't do anything with any of this till we get another item. Well, that was loud. I assume all those loud noises and such that the hallucinations can generate are meant to be jump scares and spook you. But it really doesn't do a damn thing to me, aside from some of those loud noises are kind of annoying. And hopefully it's not too loud coming through the
I was shocked by the sudden mention of one of my ancestors, the distinguished Dr. Maximilian Roivas. It chilled me to my bones. Where had this ancient book come from? How had my ancestor stumbled upon it? I feverishly began to read more, eager to learn his story. It seems that Maximilian had inherited his father's mansion, just as I had. Alone since the death of his wife, and since his children had their own adult lives.
Rhode Island is 1760.
He explored the house to discover his family roots.
Also, doesn't he just look oh so similar to the ghost we saw go into a room we don't have access to?
It has been 2 weeks since the death of my father. It has finally come to me to look over the mansion. Now, I am truly alone, and forced to start a new life here in Rhode Island.
His eyes are real twitchy.
I intend to make the mansion mine, and live in it as my forefathers have, to continue the family tradition. The mansion has its secrets, I'm sure, and in my time here, I have to make them mine.
So we are now a pre-revolution American. There's a lot of reference books just kicking around. Though I would assume, just as the future Roivises are, this guy actually spooked me a bit because he moved so slowly, sticking his arm out, that I thought he was a zombie. But point being, I would assume this guy's another man of science of some kind, be it a doctor, just somebody preoccupied with research, what have you. It's a different mirror, a different stained glass now. Depicting a sun. A stained glass window resplendent with bright colors and exquisite workmanship. There's something odd about it, perhaps the curious detail of its shapes and content. I don't see anything odd about that. Aside from the fact that the sun looks like an eye. Like, now that I looked at it closer, that sun definitely looks like an eye, and that might be what it's talking about. And that's mildly concerning. The door to the servants' quarters is securely locked. Maximilian, however, can't help but feel uneasy. An ominous presence lurks behind that door, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. You'd think as master of the house, he'd have a key to all the rooms. I guess he didn't bring it with him, perhaps? You know, he doesn't, like, carry the key everywhere he goes. This is the room we were in originally. Oh, hey, there's the that might be the clock we saw down in the main room in our current time. More flintlock pistol ammo, which we do have the flintlock on us. Okay, he's got a medical journal, so he's a doctor. Or what passes for a doctor in that age. It's also been a really long time since I've actually saved. I should probably put down an actual save. Because you'll note that the time played is 8 minutes, and I've been live for 2.5 hours now. So let's save. Yeah, saving is a good idea. Because it just kind of hit me at that point, like, wait a minute, I haven't saved in, like, forever. Dying probably would be bad. On the bedside table is an open letter. I mean, I'm usually pretty good about saving, but I'm also kind of in the habit these days of games either auto-saving or having a place to save rather than anytime saving. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. But we've got a magic codex. For a rune I don't think we have. Wait. Oh right, he doesn't have the Tome of Eternal Darkness, so we don't have our spells nor our list of runes to look at. Mirror's grim reflection returns Max's questioning gaze. His face racked with sleepless nights and a strange gleam in his eye hint at a growingly odd demeanor. He's going nutty. Yep, there's some more flintlock pistol ammo. I can definitely say the heat's gone back up here. I don't know about anybody else. And judging from my growing headache, I would say I'm due for yet another bout of bad weather. Huh. There's no doors here, or in this reality. The wall is decorated with a colored triangular design. Although Max has seen this particular embellishment time and time again, its significance still evades him. And of course, here's the circle again. Well, it's a circle this time. It's been a triangle before. Where Xel'lotath defeats Blue, and Blue defeats Chattur'gha, all around on the corpse god. What's the... Oh, right, I can't even check what the blue one's called. It started with a U. I've just forgotten the pronunciation of it. I can picture the spelling. I just cannot pronounce it off the top of my head. Bunch of letters just kind of all over the place. More servants wandering around. I should probably read these. Dear friend, the antiquity of which you ask is indeed the Tome of Eternal Darkness, or a copy of it, at least. Its secrets are still hidden from me, for I have been unable to read it, as have most scholars who have tried. It will remain within the sanctity of the mansion, for in the wrong hands it would be a powerful weapon. Peruse it if you wish, but beware its magic. It is a harsh mistress. Aaron Roivas. Food is definitely a thing, and you should probably go find some if you haven't eaten yet. A letter scrawled by a penic hand with clotted ink. Dear friend, the house has been forsaken by the ancients. I dare not enter it for fear of my mortal soul. I would suggest that you leave also. Bring the book. It is far more potent tool than you have learned, and may very well swing the balance in our favor. A. Roivas. So they abandoned the house, and that may be what caused their undoing. Why does he just have magical codexes laying all over his damn house? Like, the flintlock pistol ammo I can understand being scattered around a bit. Though even then, there's a lot of it. A cozy fireplace is the focal point of the kitchen, lending a good deal of warmth to the austere room at night. Because remember, in 1760, they didn't have electric lighting or anything nice like that. They had to rely on fire. And also rely on not burning their own houses down. Which did happen. There's all the books and the order of operation here again. Now there's something in front of it. There's something written beneath the image. When darkness spreads its wings before my master, Xel'lotath's greatest foe, the path to truth shall be opened. So we want to put it in front of Chattur'gha. Which opens up a secret passage. Which leaves us in a familiar room. We'll go ahead and take the flintlock pistol. And the saber. Have Max arm himself. A curled scroll of aged parchment sits atop a stack of dusty books. It's covered with strange diagrams and writing. The Reveal Invisible spell. Okay. There's the Tome of Eternal Darkness. We're just gonna let that sit there a minute and make sure there's nothing else in here I want. Nope. There is a wax rubbing of the same symbol that was on the floor in the room both Pius Augustus and Karim got teleported into. So that's a concerning thing for them to have information on. And we'll pick up the book. Flash all the way back through all of the bad things that have happened to everybody. And now our house is about to get wrecked. As Max lifts the Tome of Eternal Darkness, a letter slips out from between the pages. Deftly, Max catches it as it drops toward the floor. It's quick for a guy who looks kind of pudgy and slow. A letter scrawled almost indecipherably by a wavering hand. Dear friend, as I suspected, the ruins of Nga, that last necropolis, lie deep under the site of the mansion. The accursed servants of Xel'lotath are so close I can almost hear their chittering. There's a secret opening in the basement, and from there we can gain access. I urge you to gather some men and seal it, or better still, destroy that damned place. I have stowed something that you will find useful on the upper level. Look to the light and you will find it. I wish that I could be at your side, but my ailment worsens daily, and I know that my time is short. So they built this house over a necropolis. That explains how they got connected to this whole mess. And now our house is infested by giant glowing green monsters. Look at this fucking guy. Look at him with his goddamn dual flintlocks. Just look at this. Just look at this shit. The hell? I think my servants are possessed, because he just punched me in the gut. I'm not gonna waste my flintlock on a servant, possessed or otherwise. Yeah, I figured one of those was gonna pop out of him. Oh, he's studying it. A new entry has been placed in Maximilian's medical journal. It can be accessed from the journal section of the tome. Ah, so it got added to the Tome of Eternal Darkness. When an autopsy has been performed, Max can view the new entry by turning to the journal section of the tome and selecting autopsy at the bottom of the page. Selecting the autopsy to view with the control stick and pressing A will display it. Xel'lotath Bone Thief. The creature wears the skins of people to protect itself. Analysis of Xel'lotath Bone Thief. Interesting. So we can now learn about our enemies before we destroy them. Because up till now, most of these people have just kind of been random wanderers or soldiers. Or a dancer who got her nose into a really bad situation. Now that we're an actual man of science, you might actually be able to figure some shit out. And at least is willing to try to figure that out. Well, I wanted to strike it, but I might not be able to actually hit those. And just let that be a lesson. And violence isn't always the answer, much as I may rely on it frequently. Come on, turn green. I want to restore my sanity. I keep wanting to say stamina, because green is stamina in so many things. But it is most assuredly my sanity I wish to restore. Not that we need to, because I could just use magic now that we have the book, but may as well use it here. Well, yeah. And there went the sanity I just got back. Oh well. I could stop to kill those, but it's probably not worth it. Hi. Oh. Interesting. She was cowering in fear from the trapper before, but now she's turned monster, apparently. You and me both. As you've seen. A pump handle. Not sure what it's doing in the pantry, but I'll take it. What do you mean? Where do you see blood? What? Where? What? Why? Oh, yeah. That's one way to look at it. Load very slowly, because flintlocks don't load very fast. Don't mind me. Going mad, firing pistols at weird things. These flintlocks are not proving very effective, but that's also not surprising. Oh! Oh! That's a thing that can happen at low sanity when I'm reloading, apparently. He can shoot himself. Oh, by accident. That's inconvenient. we go. Now we have all the parts of the reveal invisible spell. Let's get an autopsy of this big bastard.
Never seen anything like this.
Probably won't help his sanity at all, but you know, it's already pretty much gone. But now everybody's going a bit mad, so... Well, that's inconvenient. I tried to recover my sanity and just kind of exploded in half. Not exactly. See, this one that's actively pursuing me, she wants me dead. She absolutely wants me dead. But it's because... once I actually can finish her off... because she's got this thing in her. This is apparently what's known as a bone thief. It crawls inside people and puppets them around. It's a bit of a problem. There we go. Let's just get the screen reoriented back properly again. Very good. Now I would assume the reveal invisible spells for over here, where we saw this ruin before. Flintlock ammo. Or perhaps not? There might be a different spell we need to do. Yeah, because neither of the reveal invisible spells works on that. Okay. Presumably somewhere around here there's something I need to see. There's something back there. Aha! Max spies an envelope that has fallen behind the pedestal. Fallen perhaps or been hidden there. Despite his excitement at this discovery, Max senses something odd about it. A sense of evil. Yeah, sure, get it anyway. Got a blue seal on it. And now the window breaks. Which explains why we have a different window in the present day. As it makes bird noises at me. Paper envelope sealed with a glob of melted wax. An odd rune is pressed into the wax. There appears to be something heavy inside. Should he open it? Sure! What could possibly go wrong? Inside the envelope is a letter addressed to one of Max's father's aides. And the basement key. Because that's where you want to go in a situation like this, especially when we've been told that there's a necropolis entrance in the basement. Dear friend, as I expected, the beasts are drawing closer to our discovery. They want the book for themselves, it seems, and do not want us to have it in our possession. Well, those two kind of are at cross purposes, so I can see that. I have taken steps to ensure that their ilk will not touch the key in this envelope, should you fall prey to their claws. The envelope containing the basement key has been sealed with a corrosive magic. If one not aligned to us tries to handle it, it will be released, inflicting pain, suffering, and a grievous blow to their sanity, should they have any left. Be swift with your task. Okay, so they put a blue seal on it so that it's misaligned with our enemies, which would be, of course, minions of Xel'lotath. Yep, you're possessed now. Just gonna put an end to your nonsense then. You know, great job warning us before we go to open it. We're not doing so great now. Get off my face. Doing a bad job of hitting it there, Max. Could you do a better job? Thank you. Okay. We are in trouble. Because, in spite of being a doctor, he can't exactly work on himself, and we don't have the right rune to heal health damage. So, we have a problem. We have a really big problem. I'm gonna go ahead and fix our sanity up a bit, though, so at the very least, our sanity doesn't hurt our health any further. There we go, that's a bit better. But fighting that was probably a bad choice, considering it didn't even do anything good for us anyway. And now he's gonna just limp around and be really sad. Which, I'm not gonna lie, drastically affecting our movement. Not really great. Probably a good idea to switch back to the flintlocks, even though they kinda suck. At the very least, it'll give us an edge on whatever we run into for a moment. But if we run into anything serious before this chapter ends, we might be in trouble. Thank you. It seemed perfectly fitting, considering. Meanwhile, we slowly limp around the house. And end up in Sepia Tone Land. Without injured legs anymore. Ah, there we go. That's not great. I can't tell what color it is, so it might do health damage if it hits me. Oh, good! Our health was restored at some point. Presumably because we're in weird magic land right now. And with crying. I might lose this fight at this rate. Nope, there we go. Got him. Ah, we got the rune we need, I think. If that's what I think it was. Yes, the Rune of Chattur'gha. We can heal our health now. There we go. Old man standing up straight now. I keep trying to cast spells too fast for the way this game works. There we go. We'll get magic back just by walking around, so it doesn't matter if I drain it all. The fact that that was over here implies to me that we do have the capacity to do something with this now. And since it gave us Chattur'gha, I'm going to assume we need to see this vision then. Yep, there we go. The door is revealed. The door is locked, but that's most likely what we need the basement key for. This is definitely a basement. It's also definitely full of bad things. Oh no, you can't see. You're hitting your friend. How sad. Running around having trouble hitting anything with this saber really just reminds me of the first Afraid of the Dark. Alone in the Dark, rather.
Oh, that's extraordinary.
Just trying to rotate around to hit anything in that game was a nightmare, too. Okay. Okay. We don't have that rune, but at least we have that information. Damage field spell. Okay. Okay. We're getting somewhere now. More flintlock pistol ammunition. Xalatoth zombie. Limbs regrow as phantom entities when severed, causing deep-rooted insanity in the observers. The wrappings of the mummy are highly combustible and catch fire easily. And of course, the horror. Its eyes are its weakness. The creature's highly dependent on sight rather than sound. Gonna start actually remembering to save more frequently now that the game has clearly started showing its teeth. What? Continue without saving. What? Oh! I think I know what's happening here. Yeah. Yeah, fun fact. Some of the sanity effects will make you believe you've either crashed or deleted your saves or all kinds of other fun things like that. They almost got me with that one. They almost had me. Because, yeah, that's the level of nonsense this game can get up to when your sanity gets bad. And it can happen really abruptly, considering you'll note that our sanity is not that low. It's kinda low, but it's not low. Which, speaking of, we should recover some of that. Before anything else weird happens. You know, pay no attention to the bleeding walls yet again. Everything is still fine. Now that we're down here, presumably there's a purpose to being down here? Because we got another spell, but that doesn't... Oh, there must be a pump down here that I used the pump handle for. Yeah, there it is. This thing. We pump the water out so we can climb down the ladder to go down into hell. Oh hey, you've got a rune. Give me that. I'll be taking that, good sir. Thank you. And now we have the full setup for the damage field spell. Get an autopsy on the skeleton.
I can't believe this.
Mantarok zombie. A living human corpse, it has no special attributes or weaknesses. It is very weak, composed of dried sinew and skin. That also proves that it is attached to Mantarok, so for some reason, even though we're more or less helping Mantarok with the ancient problem, they're still interfering anyway. So I would assume they're probably not intended to fight us. They're intended to fight the other ones. And that, I presume, is the necropolis that was mentioned. Max is incredulous at the sight, a desolate ruin of a fantastic city built into a huge naturally formed cave. Jutting spires and looming buildings poke through the dense fog. Light ebbs through the city, crackling in the wake of the energy spilling from a light source held aloft by unseen forces. This whole fucking thing's under your house and you didn't know this? How do you not know that something this big is down here? I mean, I guess he only moved in recently, but Jesus Christ, you'd think something would have tipped him off to this. It's a little too much to expect somebody to not notice. So I gotta say, really good work on the house's foundation for to not have ever fallen in on this place at any point. That's surprising. Oh well, that's different. Oh, and you can either teleport or turn invisible and or both. Great! Great! Love it. I mean, fair. Or it took an insane person to notice it, considering it was behind an invisible door. You know what? You want to play like that? I can play like that too. You want to cast damage magic? I can cast damage magic. My spell's shorter. Oh, back here, you coward. Nope, you ain't casting that. No magic for you. Let that be a lesson. Long incantations are powerful, but sometimes 2 words is a lot more effective.
The accursed beast was dead, but not without its toll on me. That was but one, and there was an entire city of them. I could not hope to fight them all alone. I knew I had to get help.
By the same token, who the hell's gonna believe you about a city full of twin corpse walking things?
I tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen to me. Damn their eyes! They didn't believe me.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
The world in peril from unseen foes. The darkness. Instead, they jeered and threw me into this forsaken place. A place of empty souls and fevered thoughts, reeking of fetor and decay. Thinking me mad with delirium. The fools cast away their hopes of salvation, but locking me in this damned asylum.
He's gonna go mad now.
May the rats eat your eyes!
There's that line
I am
again.
now lost to your cause! The darkness comes! It will damn us all!
That's the door we saw at the very intro of the game. But from the other side now. I have no idea why he thought running around telling people about invisible monsters and all of that would have worked out in any way, shape, or form.
This isn't really happening!
Okay, put up your hands. How many people believed that to be continued sign? Because I knew better, because I know how long this game's supposed to be. But how many people thought the game actually was about to end right there? Wait, we did actually get that information.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't think so.
Insanity, wrought in flesh as though an artist had sculpted it. Created from nothing by their mistress, Xelototh, a canvas as grotesque as any. Their bodies made no sense, no heads, no organs, an empty husk, devoid of the trappings of nature, but it walked, it sang, it shrieked. A mockery of reason, both natural and mental, a blasphemy from beyond the veil. The veil has opened, and we should not see beyond. We weren't meant to, never, ever meant to. Oh, give us the blessing of ignorance, the happiness of oblivion. Innocence can only be tainted, never returned.
Are you done? Good. So apparently now he's got voice lines for these things, because, wow, that was a thing. Curious lack of internal organs means no way of inflicting critical damage, no obvious vulnerability. Does he have something for all of these now?
Corpses, lumbering, rotting cadavers. What contrivance could have wrought this abomination? Disease, science, blasphemous occult rituals. How can something so dead, yet be so alive and hungry? They lust for flesh, human flesh, and feast upon all the sweet breads a man has to offer.
You know what? No. I was gonna say I have questions about his phrasing, but I don't think I want the answers to those questions. Also, when he sounds like that, did he really expect people not to think him insane? Just pointing at that too? That's a problem?
Neither the embalming salve of their wrappings nor the numbness of death could override the dominating madness that is Xelototh. Controlled, prodded into an existence by an incessant cacophony of voices, penetrating every level of their psyches, these corpses are coerced into life, ambling, moaning, shrieking!
Though in hindsight, this might be him speaking after he got put in the asylum, when he's already been starting to go mad.
The devils inside the servants' skulls were trying to kill me. They plotted behind doors locked and barred and planned the downfall of the human race. I took care of the ones around me, stopped their plans. There are others, I'm sure, out there, manipulating us, secreting madness inside our very heads, while our souls are pushed into the corners of our skulls, watching as our hands do tasks that we have no control over. Oh, horrible, horrible things! We must purge them from our midst, kill them all, Cut them! Burn them! It's the only way. I know. I've done it. It works.
They did a really good job with the voice acting with this. He genuinely sounds like he's steadily losing his fucking mind.
Eyes? Rot their eyes. Their staring sees through your soul like looking through a window. And the lids, festooned with tiny hook-like teeth that gape and gnash. It doesn't make sense. No anatomy would form like that. But it has. Was it natural? How could it be? Oh, unholy beast, thou must be killed, lest you corrupt my world. Have at thee! Have at thee!
I'm getting a bit of a Gollum vibe from the way he talks, some partway through him going crazy. You could just hear him say, "My precious," and it would sound completely natural. So now we have See Invisible, which I assume I'm gonna need upstairs in order to progress things here, to then progress things elsewhere, and continue this loop. Yes, yes, bang, 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 bang. I should probably raise her sanity. It's been an endeavor for her. So otherwise we're gonna keep hearing the banging and the phone ringing and the bleeding of the walls and all that. There we go. It's only going to make her go crazy all over again, I'm sure, but at the very least we can deter it for the moment. Like, this all has very strong Cthulhu Mythos vibes. Presumably without actually being directly tied to that, because I don't recognize most of this. And I have read a fair bit of Cthulhu lore over time. Okay. That doesn't show me anything. Actually, wait, do we have that room? Isn't that the Xel'lotath room? Yeah, that is the Xel'lotath room. So what the hell do we do with this to open this? We might not be able to do this yet, still. Unless the damage field conflicts with it enough to destroy it? Nope, I've made a nice fancy glowing triangle that does bugger all. The last thing I can think of is enchanting my sword with that which destroys Xel'lotath. Since Xel'lotath didn't work on it. Nope, still hurts me. Okay, very good. We've learned many things today, and that is that helps absolutely not at all. The fact that we found revolver ammo without finding the revolver also has my brain itching slightly. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly cycle through the reveal invisibles against this door and see if any of them reveal the door. Because we know there's a door here. We blatantly know that there's a fucking door. Nope. None of those reveal the door. Okay. We probably need to burn it or something. We know we can't go in the dark room. We still can't get into this. Much as I would like to. Wait. Our sword makes awful noises now. I'm not sure if that's an improvement. Wait a minute. think I know what I'm supposed to be doing now, actually. It's this drawer over here. We more than likely do the same thing we did for the big door. Yep, there we go. Which reveals the keyhole, which we now use the dresser key we found at the beginning of the game for, most likely. Yep, there we go. And this probably has a chapter page in it. Oh, and the revolver I was wondering about. Convenient. Inside it is a chrome-finished revolver and a tattered page from the Tome of Eternal Darkness. Go ahead and take those. A journey into darkness. Meanwhile, over with Pius and his boss.
Your guardians have located the heart of Mantarok.
Yes, located within its grave, as we suspected.
It shall be retrieved at once.
Be wary. The power of Mantarok lingers still, corroding the universe around its tomb. It will doubtlessly be guarded after these 7 centuries.
The beast has not been contained.
I can assure you that my binding of Mantarok, fueled by your very own power, will be enough.
It is not your sorcery that we doubt, Augustus, but the power of the dead god. How can you, a mere mortal, comprehend what that entity represents, or what power it can wield?
That is a good point.
And we know more than thou.
Your future depends on me, Majesty. Without me to open the gates...
Yes, yes. Be quick, lest our power and our faith in you wanes to oblivion.
It will never happen. I have seen differently.
I just get a real feeling of him just staring at her after that, just like, this bitch doesn't believe in me. What the fuck? I was like, well, fine, fuck you too. We have a gun. It is a tiny gun. Look at how tiny this revolver is. Look at how tiny it is. Goddamn noisy cricket is what it is. I mean, if it makes that big a blast, then you know what? I'd be fine with that. Let's go ahead and just warp on. The fact that we are stacking Alex with weapons, though, is concerning.
From all walks of life to all parts of the world, their tendrils crept and wrought their insidious damage. Their prisons decayed constantly as their guardians' work continued. I discovered mention of a breakthrough in satellite radar imaging that revealed the presence of a hitherto unknown temple mound in the Angkor Thom region of Cambodia. An archaeologist of some repute, Dr. Edwin Lindsay, took it upon himself to investigate the area, to reveal the secrets of history. Unfortunately, the local government at the time thought differently, requiring that Lindsay find other means into the country and to finance the expedition. He found these in Paul Augustine, a collector of rare items who professed an interest in the discovery and agreed to help. After a dysentery-riddled 2-week venture, Lindsay and Augustine located the remains of an ancient city temple dating back to the 12th century.
Yes, this is it. It has to be. I hadn't expected the information to pan out, but here it is. The satellite data was correct.
For years, I have searched for it without success. Here, all along, clouded from us beneath the great ancient's insidious magic. I am very pleased with your performance, Dr. Lindsay. Very pleased. In fact, so pleased that I will give you an early bonus.
Mm-hmm. Treachery.
God!
You are a scholar, Dr. Lindsay, not a warrior. In that regard, I have several centuries more experience than you.
Doesn't that voice sound familiar?
Don't be a fool. Die quietly, and you will not suffer. You cannot escape.
Because, you know, Paul Augustine. Such a nice way of hiding Pius Augustus.
Guardians of Zelothoth, kill him!
That look on his face as he's staring at that, just like, I probably don't want them standing up like that. Them standing up like that's probably bad for me. These bullets don't seem to be really that effective, I'm not gonna lie. Gun does not seem to be the answer here. Unless maybe I need to let it stand up. Ah, there we go. Ah, it gets close and then summons minions. Great. Alright. Do your thing so I can shoot you in the face somewhere. Oh, well, damn. I didn't realize we had a shotgun this entire time. Hold that thought. Fuck you. That changed everything. Now, doesn't this place look familiar? A statue of a seated goddess, where her neck and wrist should bear jewelry that are merely worn grooves and flecks of bronze dust. Had they been stolen by grave robbers? So if the hinting wasn't obvious enough already, given the fact that both Pius Augustus was aware of this place already, and led us here, and the fact that it was in Cambodia, this is most likely the same temple Elia went through and meant Mantarok. So we're in for trouble here, I suspect. More than an old Roman trying to shoot us with a fucking handgun. Which, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that he tried to just fucking shoot us kinda threw me off. Wasn't really expecting him to have a gun. But I guess he kept up with the times surprisingly well. Oh! Derp derp. Use archaeology brush on dusty floor. Figure out what the fucking markings say. And find a bronze bracelet, which would probably pull one of the arms of the statue down and open a door, I would assume. Yep, that's why none of the doors were open. Okay. It had none of its jewelry, as opposed to just a piece. He's missing. But first, it's book time again. We are running out of places for people to fit. We got Elia, Karim, Alexander? No. It was, what's her name, kid? I've already forgotten. And of course, Max has joined the roster here, as our explorer friend here will too. Okay, finishing moves require bullets, so let's not use the gun for finishing moves. And honestly, let's save the gun for actually threatening enemies on that note. These candles are still lit after all this time. That's a little thing. Presumably the traps are gonna be in the same places. Oh, well that sucks. The trapper can set off the traps too. Which is good for getting rid of the trapper, don't get me wrong. A bit of a problem for avoiding setting off the traps, though. Then again, our friend Lindsay here is also a bit bigger than Elia was. Oh, I wonder if this trap still works. No, that trap doesn't work anymore. Neat. Good to know. Cobwebs. Can I brush those off? I can. Aha! Looks like that says summon? Why would I want to summon anything? Yeah, that does say summon. We are filling up our list of runes pretty rapidly here. How long to beat has this game at 13 hours? But we're 3 hours in, and it's feeling like we're getting pretty far along. Taking this. There's nothing you can do about it. He's in a box. I could just leave him in his box. No, he's guarding a necklace, though. God damn it. No, don't mind me as I just reload my guns before I deal with you, good sir. Just hang loose. Everything's fine. I'm not about to do bad things to you. Nothing bad is about to happen, I assure you. Well, apparently, without meaning to, I was correct. Because I did not harm him. So, how do I go about doing harm to this gentleman when he's inside his shield? Okay, now we're both in boxes. That's not a solution. That's not a solution at all. We'll get back to you on that idea. Can I just kind of like squeak my way like a mouse back in here? Nope. Can't be clever and sneaky and just creep my way in and grab the necklace without dealing with this. Okay. We'll get back to that in a minute then. Also, can I just say these traps are even more obvious now than they were before? But point being, we have a necklace we can put on the neck of the statue, as well as a metal bracelet we can put on an arm. So we can definitely trigger some stuff here. Apparently the bracelet doesn't work right now. That's a bit weird. Okay, that opened the other door next to him, too. Oh! I think I know what that's gonna be needed for, and this game's getting real tropey, so it makes sense. The stone statue of a Naga, a snake-headed demon, stands guard in the corner of the room. A raised platform stands before it with a bracelet on it. Should Lindsay pick up the bracelet? Yes. Oh no, we set off the trap! And now we put the shitty bracelet in its place. And the trap is disarmed. Wouldn't it really suck if you came in here without that bracelet in your hands? You'd have to put the other one back and come back around. You've got a room. I want that. I don't want this, though. It's a thoroughly unpleasant room to be in, I gotta say. Just want the room. Thank you. That's right, hit each other, not me. Yeah, clearly I wanted to look at the thing on the floor, not commit grievous murder against these monsters. Is it technically murder when it's undead? I guess they're already dead, so you can't really murder something that's already dead. I'm not really sure how that works. That, I think, is actually supposed to have blood in it. I think that's fine. That has blood coming down. Well... maybe not. So we now have question mark Roan. First time in a bit that we've gotten one without a codex first. Try fucking around with it and throw it in with random things and see what happens. That could be fun. Turga, whatever the fuck this is, project. Nope, doesn't do anything. Turga, whatever the hell. Absorb. Nope. This thing, protect? Nope. So, actually, I have a thought. Protect. Project. No? I figured that would, like, project a shield or something. Absorb? Protect? Nope. Alright, good night, Xeno. Hopefully you get some good sleep tonight. Item... no. Then again, since we know these runes, it probably would have automatically given us the spell. No, because it only gave us spells we had the scrolls for. Absorb. Ow, absorb area is just reveal invisible. Okay. And protect area's damage field. So, how about area... okay. Aha! We've discovered spell 9. Project area. I don't know what that means. Let's try it. I presume that's an attack spell. So that might actually be useful. I heard a weird noise, so I stopped. Yep, that's what I thought I heard. Let's try that spell on him. Yep, that's pretty effective. That just put him straight on the floor. Good to know. Ah, flecks of silver on this one, which means we use the silver bracelet here. Except we need more than that. Spell magic spell. Okay. Torn scroll with magical equations and notes upon it. It reads, for every magic there is a counter. That which is protected no more. That which is bound is unbound. Be warned that a more powerful magic than this will endure its ravages. This spell requires the Nethalek and Edgormor runes. So that's probably what removes that barrier, considering it literally says, hey, that which is protected won't be protected anymore. Do we have Nethalek? This might be Nethelec. For science, we can try that. Yep, discovered Dispel Magic, so we now know what that rune is. We know that it's Nethelec. I could just let it naturally teach us these things, but sometimes it's worth it to just fuck with it a bit. It's just for fun. So we can kind of reason things back and forth. So they expect us to dispel magic somewhere, presumably. Oh, right. We have to dispel his barrier. I wonder, can I just hurt him? Nope, the barrier protects him from that. Okay. Gotta dispel it first. He's free. Now we hit him with the magic death spell. Ow. Or, you know, he's gonna hit me with it first. Probably fuck me up for my nonsense. You know what? There's always a more powerful magic. The magic of shotgun. Very little stands against the magic of shotgun. We're just gonna hang out here a bit and fix our everything. Ew. I didn't have enough magic to restore my magic with magic. Well, that's what I get for trying to be cheeky, I guess. Let's try it again. There we go. So, yeah, I think that actually is a dead-end move, though. I think that didn't actually give us more magic than we had. I think that literally does nothing. I think it's just there so that they can finish the triangle. Here we got the silver necklace to go on the silver goddess statue. Oh, that's damned inconvenient. Let's go back the other way. The other way was less bad about camera angles and traps. I don't mind going a little further just to get where we're going alive. And I fully accept the possibility that I may be misreading the length that this game is entirely. Let's not just immediately ooh shiny the thing that's on that pedestal there. And end up having to put it back. Of course, these guys are all gonna set the damn traps off because they're a bunch of bastards. But these traps aren't that bad because they're just a bunch of arrow traps that really don't hit at us very well. We can just kind of jaunt on through. There we go, we made it back to the statue. Necklace on statue. Probably should restore my sanity a bit more before we go through this door, because I'm assuming since we have to do a lot of puzzles to get through here, there's probably something bad on the other side of this door. Which also means reload the shotgun. his shoulders. Sorry, with the rune. Give. Another one we don't know anything about. We've only got, looks like 2 more spaces for runes, and then 2 more spaces for circles of power. So unless the game goes on for quite a while after running out of runes to give us, which I find unlikely, I don't think this can be that much longer. Then again, the how long to beat time might be accounting for doing it each way. I'm not sure. This one really doesn't seem to like to go along with anything. There we go. I found spell 12. Okay, good to know that there's that many spells, I guess. Some kind of protect. I have no idea what that did. But hooray, I figured out a thing, I guess? Question mark? Yeah. There's a guardian down there. That reminds me. No, we don't get the autopsies of those since we're not max. Okay. I wanted to check to see if we'd still get them. We can try hitting it. No, we don't have magic. Yeah, that's far more effective than how we did it the first time. Okay, just pleb zombies, so we'll just chop them. Of course, said pleb zombies are setting off the traps and being a bunch of bastards. Which really is just such typical activity for them, really. Which is why they get punished by being left in traps. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to be a trap button. And that one too, but I was running too much to stop myself for that. Fuck it. Fuck it. Well, that works out. We saw that enemy long enough for him to get chopped to bits. Appears to be carrying something valuable. But we can't have it, per se. Probably because this guard statue's looking at it. Gotta go, gimme. I didn't do anything. You saw nothing. Nothing bad happened. Sure, press the panel. Okay. Nothing happened. Look at that face. That's what they chose for the little save screenshot. As he's fucking being shot at. Amazing. obviously a trap. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. Gotta go right now. Oop. We might not be able to do this. Probably shouldn't try to do this right now. But what I would assume is you have to do Dispel Magic of each kind. Yeah, we can't even cast magic right now. We probably should be running for our lives. Oh god, my bones. And my blood. Wow, that was just really inconvenient. Well done on him for not just dying. But definitely Byrites should have died. Definitely got squished. Okay, there's a barrier I need to remove. Ah, okay, it's not remove the barriers there, it's remove the barriers elsewhere. To then remove that barrier. Yeah. The convenient thing about anywhere saving is I can stop it anytime I wish. Sure, push the button. Okay, it made water. At least I'm assuming that's water. This water smells like a strong acid, perhaps strong enough to dissolve metal or flesh if Lindsay isn't careful. Ah, we're gonna have to put something in there and melt stuff off of it. Got it. Particularly without putting our limbs inside it. There's another statue, this time with gold. I do have a gold bracelet, so let's try it. Nope, not enough. Need the necklace too. Oh great, thanks for stepping on the gas trap, you bastard. Dispel magic. No, not that one. Cancel that before it goes through. Why are you guys guarding the Xel'Lotath barrier? You should be wanting me to destroy this. God, this is getting inconvenient. Okay. I've had enough of you lot. Just about enough of that. That's 2 barriers down. There's just a Chaturga barrier somewhere that I need to get rid of. No more magic, but we're at full health. That's fine. Just where we want to push each of these panels too, because that does something else most likely. We're probably gonna have to do some kind of timed puzzle there, because that panel returned. Okay. Motherfucker. Getting really tired of these gas trap rooms. There's some gas in here? Yep, sure is. Okay. Oh, good. Guarded by one of you bastards, huh? Now I want that one. In the flavor of this stuff. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not going to be allowed to do that. Maybe my frame rate's going to die before I do. Punching me right in the magic. Ow. Okay, as with the last one, when in doubt, the magic of shotgun. The fact that he can get back-to-back hits like that really sucks. We might be about to die here. So I can't outrun him anymore. Yep, we're dead. Lindsay has perished at the hands of the Eternal Darkness. With no one to stop their diabolical plans, humanity will surely be annihilated. And back to the start screen. Not even a, oh hey, do you want to load the game? Nope, fuck you, get out. You died. You suck. Goodbye. Do I want to keep going right now? I'm at 4 hours. It kind of hurts. Take a very small break to step away and check something, and then I will decide whether we're going to keep going or not. Back in just a moment.
understand fear as I have.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and finish this chapter, and then we'll call it for the day. Because I took a quick peek, and we are roughly halfway through the game. So in spite of the How Long to Beat saying 13 hours, I think it's going to be more in line with being 10 for us, unless some of these chapters get excessively long by comparison. So we just got the gold bracelet before we went off and died. This was before we started dismantling the barriers. So this is the first of said barriers. Dispel magic Xelatoth. Which in hindsight, I really shouldn't have fucked around with the big blue boy so bad. I should have just went for the shotgun immediately. I was trying to find a less ammo-consuming way of dealing with him, in case we needed shotgun shells for something later on. But really, you'd think I would have considered the concept of the fact that we are only going to be this man for this chapter. So... well, presumably only for this chapter. There may be people that repeat going forward. We have no idea about that. So far, the only one we know is consistently repeated is Alex. Bye. Get them crunched by the crushers. Get some distance and then heal. When I make sure I did unmute. Yes, I did unmute. I will say, this guy has so far been one of the more competent people. He actually can handle himself somewhat. Which a lot of them, it made sense that they had no idea how to handle themselves. Because none of them really were fighters. So even this man was called out as not being a fighter, but here we are anyway. course, that 13 hours might be also expecting people to be getting stuck or taking a longer way through things than I have been. Where I've just been kind of bowling forward. With minimal regard for my own safety. After all, why should I worry too much about my own survival when I have healing magic available? Especially literally infinite healing magic. To the point where literally the only threats to me are things like these big guys who can kill me before I can finish healing myself repeatedly. On me, big guy. I'm putting up the shotgun that's meant to kill you. You are gonna camp me in the doorway like a piece of shit, though, and I do not appreciate that. Wait, really? One blast got him this time? Whatever, game. I don't pretend to understand it, but I'll take it when I'm granted it. No, it's not. Brain kicked in a second too late on that one. I needed to use blue. For some reason, I thought the barrier we were looking at was blue. So brain went stupid for a second. And now that's all of the barriers removed. We can finally touch whatever the hell that is. I don't even know why we would, but... And now... There's another panel. Also something I can dust off here. Ah! A dirt-encrusted necklace. I can't mix it, so presumably it goes in the acid. And that'll clean it up, so I can find out what it is. Wow, I happen to stop in the perfect spot. Yikes. That was a hell of a coincidental stopping point there. Well, this room looks very ominous and concerning, but at the very least is outwardly safe. So let's just sort myself out while I'm in here. Get all of our bars back to full. Oh, come on. Get on the magic treadmill. Get on the magic treadmill. Gotta charge my batteries. Get on the magic treadmill. Running in fucking circles. Charging up my magic. Let's spin the other way. There we go. Meters are back to reasonably full. You know, until I get a crusher in the face again. There's definitely a certain timing you can run through these blades and get through all of them in one go. Don't always land at it. Absolutely. Oh, good. We conveniently came back around to this room. So it's in a square. Yes. Let's go to the other side and... Ow. Get my bones crushed by a crusher again. And what I meant to do is put the thing in here. And then melt it with the acid. that's the wrong thing. What we want to do is push the button. Golden necklace, which will then allow us to activate the golden statue for whatever purpose that serves. They've gotten really brutal with the trap placement at this point, because it's just kind of everywhere. Passage for a small dog to pass through. Okay. Not really sure what the point to that is. I guess we'll find and or become a small dog at some point. I really should assign recover at this point. At the very least, health recover. Actually, I can assign sanity recover over here. This way we stop having to open menus all the time to do the basic fucking functions of keeping myself alive. Okay, there we go. We're back at full health again. Let's go the other way around to get to the gold statue, though. It'll probably be faster. Sake, why? Yeah, because there's the gold statue right here. If we went the other way, we would have had to go all the way around to get here, and that would have sucked. Let me out of the gas. It smells like ass.
Remember me, Alex.
How could anyone forget if they keep saying that over and over again?
You've always meant the most to me. Ever since my parents died.
Yes. Ever since they were killed. You've been my little girl.
Why does that sound really sus now?
My little girl.
This can't be happening.
Why does something in the way his tone went there? Why did that start to sound really bad? Like he's lying to her. Oh great, there's a big Chaturga boy down there. Well, that's great. Wow, 8 rounds, mostly headshots, and they just don't fucking care. I should have reloaded the shotgun. Please hold. Gotta load shotgun. Be back to you in a minute. Yeah, not so fun when I put the shotgun in your mouth, is it? Still not sure what that series of buttons back upstairs was about. Ow! was less curious about what was behind this spider web, I would avoid fighting these guys in the first place. It was just for convenience. But I would like to know what is hidden there, because it might be something necessary, and it might also just be something useful. Either one would be good. And it can't hurt to get my sanity back a bit anyway, without having to take the time to spend magic. Yeah, you know, I clearly wanted to look at the art rather than killing the enemies. I'll read that in a second. Let me kill him first. There we go. The eroded mural appears to depict the arrival of a strange godlike entity before an ancient human tribe. Lindsay cannot recognize the god in the mural. He is mystified. Well, I would assume that that's Mantarok before Mantarok got kind of fucked up. But it might be one of the ancients, too. Could be Chattur'gha. I don't think it would be Xel'lotath. Doesn't look right for that. Could also be the other one, though. Lil'theth, or whatever the hell. I don't remember the blue one. The blue one's got a weird... It's not brought up, like, at all. Oh, in our layout of this reality. Ah, there we go. Creature. Okay. Well, I already know what one spell's gonna be then, but we don't have the rune for it. It'll definitely be tier our attack, summon creature. I wonder. Did we try absorb creature? Yep, and it didn't work. So I was thinking absorb creature as in just like lifesteal or something. Protect creature? Aha! That spell. Oh, right. Spell 12 was protect creature. Okay. Creature self? No. Creature? Creature area? No. Creature item? No. Checked creature? Oh. Have we even tried spell 12? I don't think we have. At least not with a target. And the information about what rune that is definitely isn't necessary, but it helps. It saves me having to sit there and do the same kind of reasoning out I've done for a couple of spells that we shouldn't have yet. I sat there and fiddled runes together until we got there. God damn it. Well, we got a lot of creatures in here, so no time like the present to find out what spell 12 does, I guess. Okay, it made some, like, fireflies dance around his head and did nothing. Maybe I need to try a different type. Yeah, that doesn't seem to do a whole hell of a lot. That we know will work, though. We know that's an attack spell at this point. That doesn't seem to have done a whole lot to them, upsettingly. But it may also be that these guys are just getting that durable at this point. They're definitely taking more of a beating than they did before. Dilapidated mural depicting an ancient Khmer people coexisting with some kind of fertility god. They offer sacrifice to the beast and in return are showered with benevolence, good crops, and hunting. That is a very different depiction than we saw when it was being attacked by Pius Augustus much later on. Hard to say if it's a false form or if they're just depicting that way to protect their own sanity. And by extension, the sanity of those who look upon it. Very upsetting that the Crusher Trap is the one that tends to have the whole hallway locks. Let go of me, filthy beasts. You're lucky I have my hands full, bot. You'll be destroyed like this man in a moment. There we go. Perish. Why does that not look like it? Okay, it took a second. Getting kind of stuck. There we go. So we now have the summon rune. So presumably we can do something now. Against my better judgment, I'm going to try summon creature. Okay, that spells 6. Can I also summon items? No. Summon item tells me to go fuck myself. God. Well, summon creature. Oh god, why would I do that? Oh! After a trapper has been summoned, press A to trap an enemy. When it is targeted using R, press start to release control of the trapper. Trappers cannot open doors nor pick up items. Oh, and that's an active trapper that I released too. Joyous day. Let's get out of here before that becomes a problem. I knew I was going to summon something bad for myself, I just wasn't sure what. Damaged engraving on the wall depicts a skeletal demon befriending the ancient Khmer people. To Lindsay's eyes, the demon looks exactly like Paul Augustine's undisguised self. Because it is. Hey, you'll notice now it's in a much different form over here. Which I have to wonder, how much of that is Pius Augustus is doing as he's destroying Mantarak, and how much of that is just its true form being revealed? So far it's going alright. Afflicted, how you doing? We're about halfway through Eternal Darkness at this point. Oh, nice. Hopefully work went alright. Just gonna get out of that room for a moment. Get the sanity back on track a little bit here. Deal with that room, because I'm assuming there's something else in there. What was that spell scroll? Oh, it was the Summon Trapper scroll we already figured out. Find out gun. What the hell is going on with these? Okay, you want to do weird things? I can do weird things too. Face the explosion of weirdness. Oh my god! Oh. Oh, that's really bad. That's actually really, really bad. Oh, god damn it. I was not expecting an instant kill out of that. I knew that was probably going to be bad for me. I did not anticipate them immediately killing me. Otherwise, I would have saved again more recently than that. This chapter has been rife with the whole problem of die, lose progress, die, lose progress. You'd think I would have learned after the first time. But things started going well again, so I was like, oh, we probably don't need to worry about saving constantly right now. It'll be fine. Then we lose about a half an hour of running around. Now I also start using the wrong dispel effect on the wrong goddamn color. I'm now starting to understand what probably made this game take 13 hours. Instead of the 8 it was starting to look like it was going to take. Let them fend for themselves in the traps. Did not want to touch the barrier. Wanted to go around it. Let them have to fend with the barrier so I can heal. But now I'm slowed. This is bad. Nothing about this is good. How many shotgun shells do I have left? I have 19. I don't want to waste these, but get out of here. Well, that was definitely a fine example of wasting shotgun shells, considering they are not dead. But that did deter them long enough for me to heal. So I'm going to still count that as a win. Current plan, by the way, so far is I'm probably going to finish this game up tomorrow. Do something kind of slow to fit into the schedule for Sunday. And then it'll be back to Prime 2 Echoes on Monday and Tuesday. That is the current intended schedule. Your mileage may vary in terms of what actually ends up happening. If anything particularly surprising changes or happens. That is the current logic intended. And if I'm feeling particularly good, I may do an extra stream on Wednesday. But I would file that under like a 10% chance of happening. Come on, let me cast the recover spell. I know you don't want me casting them fast. Oh right, I forgot. When I'm being poisoned, I can't cast magic. It's gonna drain my shit, because I'm constantly getting hit, technically, by the poison. So it counteracts you casting magic. So you can't just heal tank your way through the poison. Which, this is gonna have really bad results now, because there's a really nasty enemy right over there. And I didn't load the shotgun either. So this is a problem. This is a very big problem. Because that guy really wants to ruin my day. You know what? Fuck this, I'm out of here. I'll be back to you in a minute. By coming out on this side, I should be safe from most problems for a moment. As long as I don't trigger a trap by stepping forward. I can just kind of spin to regenerate magic. Probably by no means how they intended you to deal with any of this, but you know what? This is how we're doing it. This is how problems get solved. You just spin wildly. God damn it. Reload the shotgun, stupid. If they come at a problem with a fully loaded shotgun, it's a lot better than one shell. Alright, big guy. Round 2. Really round a lot more than 2. Point being, die. For those wondering why I'm mixing from the menu to reload the shotgun, it's because it won't let you reload it, and as far as I can tell, until it's empty otherwise. So to keep it topped off, it's going to just be that way. And we're still low on magic, so this is going to take a minute. So I'm going to need magic to dispel the Chattur'gha barrier around on this pedestal, and I'm going to need the magic to heal myself up a bit more. So... running laps, getting his cardio in, getting real tired, gonna just start walking. There we go, that's all the barriers dispelled. Admittedly, we don't directly have any use for that path, so I don't even know why I do that, but I'm assuming there's a purpose to it. Now, being a smart person who learns from his mistakes, I'm going to save at this point. And I'm going to save again, because I don't trust this game not to have fucked with me with some kind of sanity effect when I was trying to save. Is for those who missed it earlier or who are unfamiliar in general with this game, there are some sanity effects that will affect your ability to save and load, or at the very least, it will pretend it affects that, in order to freak the player out. Since our sanity is reasonably high, it's unlikely that that was gonna happen, but it builds a certain amount of mistrust toward the game when things like that can happen. And now we're back here again. And I forgot to grab the corroded necklace. But actually, while I'm running about, what the hell is even in here? Because I don't think we even bothered to go this way. So considering this is a staircase going up, I assume this is either how we got down here in the first place, or it would technically lead to the same place. Does this lead back up? Or is this somewhere else? Yeah, this led back to where we were before. Okay. I just didn't recognize it because they changed the coloration of the room. Yeah, because it looked like this when we came down, and I guess I forgot about all the fog down there when we arrived. Or that fog wasn't there before. One or the other. Because it may be that it started getting real foggy after we dealt with the enemies in there. But our jaunt up and down the stairs got us full magic again, so... Blessing? I don't know. Unsure if blessing or curse. There we go. Back in fighting shape. As I promptly lose some of that health to those blades because I just can't be bothered anymore. Okay. Where did I miss that? There we go. That's where I missed the necklace. There's another one that I had to archaeologist brush. There we go. Now we go back the way I was trying to go, so that we can get to the thing to melt the dirt and nasty crap off of that necklace, so that we can then use the necklace on the statue to then make progress again. And hopefully, I'll be smart this time and not go stand next to the exploding zombies and get myself killed again. Now that we, know that they're exploding zombies. Because, had to do it the first time for science, clearly. Purely for demonstration purposes. Just like I just had to get my bones crunched again so I could demonstrate the sound he makes when he gets crunched. Or, try to rush too fast and get myself killed. You would think at some point I would learn. You really would think I would learn. Rushing is not going to work out in this game. But no. Gotta go fast because I want to get this chapter done. And instead all I'm doing is making this chapter take longer than all of the other chapters almost at this point. Okay, so we didn't lose much progress this time, though. Because really all we lost was the fact that I went the wrong way, didn't grab the necklace, and then I died. Oh yeah, and the whole run up the stairs, which did lead to a net gain in health, so there is that we lost. But other than that, not a serious issue. dodge the worst of the traps. Unstoppable poison trap, because it's just in the right spot where you can't get around it at all. I'm not sure why the camera is angled this way this time. It is very stuck on that pedestal. Yes, you're a zombie, I know, you're in the way. Goodbye. I don't think going this way was a benefit. I don't think going this way was any quicker. Or for getting back to where the thing was. But we got there. That's what matters. And we are still right next to where the necklace goes. Because this room's in the same spot no matter which way you go from it. Go. Probably should heal before we go running off anywhere. No full health. Of course, this time we didn't put the bracelet on as we went by, so we're gonna have to do both of those while standing in the poison. But that's okay. That doesn't take long. Now, fuck you, poison, we're out of here.
Remember me?
Now we have the creepy ghost scene again.
How can I forget you, Grandpa? You've always meant the most to me. Ever since my parents died.
Yes. Ever since they were killed, you've been my little girl. Yes.
Like, I feel like it's the emphasis on him saying they were killed and her saying they died.
Really happening?
Is the thing that makes me a little concerned about that sequence. Like there's something not quite right with that whole exchange. And of course it fucks with his head to be seeing all of that because he kind of is a few years before that. Oh god damn it, I can't save while there's enemies around. Oh fine, I'm just gonna turn around. Fuck you, game. I can save in here. Or not. Well. That's upsetting. I assume it's not a sanity effect, but I'm gonna top up my sanity just to be safe. I'm assuming it's just because there's enemies up and down this whole thing. In the other room, you could have saved in a position where you were in the trap, probably, so they didn't want to make people able to risk that. They'd rather take the ability to save away so people don't do something stupid. Oh, you son of a bitch. Now you're gonna get a lesson in shotgun justice. That took more shells than I think it should have, but we got there. And I'm assuming, and this may be a foolish assumption, that where we died is probably close to the end of this chapter. So it feels like this chapter's also pretty damn long. But we've also had to repeat the same section like 3 times, so I don't know if that really counts. Okay, now we can save. Now I'm just gonna start saving like every other goddamn room just because the game wants to be a pain in my ass. It's like, oh, you didn't save. Guess you'll die. Got no heads. God damn it. Now, the gas is a lot thicker down here. Jeez. Now, this is a problem. Just don't notice me. Everything is fine. I'm not here. I'm not real. Bye, losers. Don't need to deal with you at all. I have the power of magic to fix my sanity. I don't need to take the time to fix it using you guys. And I didn't see one that had a rune in him. I don't think there was one in there. I think that was just all regular enemies. Just casually stroll through the crusher, it's fine. This is the room that had the guy with the rune. Also, a lot of very uncomfortable noises. Now we got the creature summoning rune back. Okay, nothing else in here. We needed the rune to get through the door, so now the door opens up for us. I'll go ahead and save again, since we are approaching where we died. Guess not. Okay. Fair enough. How about in here? Nope, don't like it in here either. That's fine, I don't like it in here either. Getting comboed by the spinning blades now, that's not great. Okay, since we didn't set off any poison gas, let's heal before we go through the door this time. Now, back in the room with the exploding assholes, let's just fucking leave this room this time instead of turning around like an idiot like I did last time. Only to find out that they goddamn explode. And how much you want to bet? The end of chapter is right over there. And I'm about to pound a hole in my monitor.
No, don't let him get me. Oh, help me.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like the end of chapter here, considering we found Mantarok. Hey, buddy. You still got pillars punched through you?
power of Mantarok is not easily controlled.
What makes you think I want to control it?
Arrogant man. Kill him! Make sure you succeed this time.
Thanks, Mantarok. Good to know you're still up and around.
The darkness shall prevail.
Darkness is currently running like a bitch. My sanity has plummeted after witnessing that, but that's fine. I don't think there's very many sanity effects that can directly kill you. Oh. Oh, that's not great. Well, we know what happened to Elia now.
Do not touch the heart, flesh and bone, lest you become like me, a dead, rotted husk. I have waited many centuries for you. It was not easy hiding from the Dark Ones as they searched for me. At first they passed by, not thinking that the heart was inside my dead body, but I was forced to find refuge here. You must seal the heart so it never contacts your flesh, and take it to the gathering of light. Take the heart there, or the world shall fall under a reign of eternal darkness. The veil of reality can only be pulled back so far, mortal. Take your stand and fight the darkness.
It's just got a real, like, okay, this is happening face. Just like, yep, this is a thing. This chick just ripped her heart out. I don't know what to tell you. And now the heart belongs to the Roivas family. Which is why this family's been having problems. Well, among other things. Oh, ironic. The demon and the Khmer. Funny. Funny choice there. Oh, that's why everything's more red than I thought it should be. Swords still fire. Or the... Well, either way. As I said, we were going to finish that chapter and then end. We finally got ourselves out of the situation we were stuck in. And now we are confronted with that awkward image on our save file until we get past this. God, that looks so stupid. They literally just took the face from the previous save file image and just flipped it to have it looking at her. It just looks so dumb. Either way, let me see who's doing what, and if I even feel like sending people for anything today. Considering that went on longer than I intended. And I'm a bit worn at this point. Well, there's not much going on there. Anybody? Neither of those particularly catch my eye either. No, we'll just call it good today. I'm not gonna send y'all off anywhere this time. I got no big, obvious choices. So we're just gonna wrap up here. As I said, plan is I'm going to finish this game tomorrow. As long as we don't get stuck as badly as we did on this one, we should fly right on through the rest of it and be done I would assume in a similar amount of time as we got through the first half here. It's mostly going to rely on me not being stupid anymore and actually, you know, playing carefully and intelligently like I did through the first 5 chapters. I just kind of went stupid there at the end trying to push through. But either way, thank you all for taking the time to hang out for this and putting up with me kind of beating my head against the wall for the end here. I don't know if we'll be resuming the collab next week or not. I'm gonna wait and see how Xeno feels going forward. Tomorrow should be normal time again. There shouldn't be serious delays like there were today, which will also give me theoretically more time to just finish the game. But with that, I'm going to go figure out something to eat because I've been live for 5 hours and I think I ate a couple hours before that, so I'm hungry. Have a good one, everybody. I'm out of here.